I gotta get my stuff up anyways and close down my 20 tabs. Every time. Bandit, I'm gonna beat your butt!
Alright, well. Midori yelling at her dogs is certainly one way to start a stream. But I do suppose... No, it's fine. It's certainly good to have you back. I missed you last week. Just for your information, I'm not sure if you watched the last stream, but we did make it to the second chapter of Nova's story.
Oh, good.
Yep. So this should be it, right? There's just 2 chapters of the Nova story and 2 chapters of the Lilia story, so we're finishing this off tonight. So when last we left things off, Nova was having her concert, and right in the middle of her trying to interact with the audience, one of the spotlights fell down and fell within, I think they said within a couple feet, or maybe even within a few inches of her. And we ended up back home. No idea what happened to Nova. Which is kind of scary. I have to say, I've said it before, I'll say it again. There is a lot of detail and a lot of depth to this story, even though I feel like in some romance games there really isn't. Not that I've played a ton of romance games, but it's like I feel like the general premise of them isn't develop a whole world and then have characters choose who they're like. No, a lot of the premise of it is here are your options, pick whichever one you want, have fun. But this has been an experience. Have you pulled up the script?
Sure. I'm not finding that what you're on in chapter 2.
Where are you finding it?
Interesting. I'm checking chapter 1 now. You may not have made when I... Oops. Yeah, no, you're still on chapter.
I mean, hello, Katie. I mean, I just ended last week's stream based on where Katie told me the chapter ended, because there's no chapter breaks here. I didn't have you around, so I had to take Katie's word as to where the chapter ended.
Yeah, you're almost you're like out the end, but that particular line is not the last line.
Well, okay.
That's what happened. So, but you're almost done with that chapter. You're about to end it, basically.
All right.
I see what it is.
I didn't do it. Well, okay, I probably did, but whatever. Anyway, when I came to, my heart was still racing. The memory of... It's all right. Don't worry about it, Kate. Look, it was still a good stopping point one way or another. It was. So, it is what it is, and I'm not complaining. I was a little confused. And it's not your fault for being sick, Midori. Everyone gets sick. When I came to, my heart was still racing. The memory of Selena's pale face was etched into my mind. I immediately began a frantic search for my phone, which I had previously forgotten at home. Uh-huh. Upon finding it, I shakily entered Selena's number and tried calling her. Pick up, 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 pick up. But she never did. I ended up calling a few more times before giving up on it. Ah, so that answers my question from last week, which was, did she ever actually try calling? The answer is yes. I never gave her my number. I should text her to let her know it's me, of course. Text her to let her know it's me. Of course she wouldn't pick up random calls. So I sent her a brief message. Selena, hey, sorry for all those calls, but it's me, Luna. Please let me know you're safe. That was really scary at the concert tonight. Please stay safe. Well, I had tried to make it brief at least. I spent the whole night staring at my phone screen, anxiously awaiting a reply. That would never come. I ended up falling asleep with my screen open, still in my clothes from the concert. I assume this is where the chapter actually ended. Okay.
That's the actual end of the chapter.
Hey, I saw that there was a fade to black in there somewhere, so maybe I miss it, but whatever. I jolted awake from yet another dream reliving that night's events, just before the stage light crashed down onto... Uh-oh. Selena, has she texted me back yet? Hello, Snowy, how are you this fine day? I yanked my phone out from under my pillow. Very grateful that the phone fairy hadn't visited me and replaced my phone with $1, because that would have been horrible. My phone was worth more than $1. The light from its screen glaring in contrast to my dark bedroom. Still nothing. I still hadn't received a single text or call back after I tried over and over again to check on my new friend. Yes, friend. Oh! Oh! So there was actually a time skip in there. So it's a couple of days later now. Wow, this would have to be scary. Also, I'm sorry to hear that, Snowy. The week has kind of only barely started, though. Like, I think it's Monday. Is it Monday? Okay, I guess for Snowy it might be Tuesday,
I mean,
but
it's
still.
Monday.
Yeah. For Snowy it might be Tuesday. Now, I'll grant you, this week is going to get pretty awful in the middle. Like, I'm checking the weather, and my commute home Wednesday is going to be an absolute frickin' nightmare because it's supposed to be snowing and coming down particularly hard when I'm going to be trying to come home from the office.
Oh, you too. We're supposed to get snow where I live too.
It's
Yay.
not entirely surprising considering we're in roughly the same area, geographical area.
Yeah, I mean Midwest. That's about it. It's too much snow. I hate snow.
But so maybe I'd consider not going into the office on Wednesday, or maybe not even going back, or trying not to go back on Thursday. Except the problem is that those 2 days are when we happen to schedule a very important meeting. So the good news for everyone out of state is they'll all be landing tomorrow. So before the snow shows up. The bad news is some of them might get stuck here because snow. Although I think by Thursday afternoon, or even early enough Thursday morning, it'll be fine. It's just my commute home Wednesday and my commute to work on Thursday are going to be a colossal pain in my ass. Incidentally, and I'll probably mention this again at the end of my stream, I might be a tad bit late or potentially not stream at all on Wednesday with little to no notice. The reason would be my commute home and or I didn't get home in time to stream. But, you can swear here all you want, Snowy. This is not the Bulba Garden channel. I think. Let me double check that this is my channel. Yeah, no, this looks like it's my channel, so go right ahead. I'm actually kind of. I mean, look, I've been told it's very crass to swear. I've been told it's whatever, but like, legitimately, if you're really, really, really feeling frustrated, sometimes it's just a really good form of stress relief. At least in my personal experience. Your mileage may vary. Don't beat a pillow, like especially not the Manfred von Karma body pillow. Man, that sucks, Snowy. Look, I'm not 100% sure what's going on with that, but like if they told you they were going to do it 2 weeks ago and they haven't already, it's time to start busting some heads. Like it really is. Like that's completely and totally unacceptable. But I will also tell you, it's not your fault, but that is also contributing a little bit to my stress levels because I don't like uncertainty this late in the game. Other than things that I can directly control, like I still technically don't know what I'm going to be streaming on the Bulba Garden channel during the charity event, but I have options. I can do whatever the heck I need to basically from that end, so I'm not as worried about that, but like I don't like that the schedule isn't finalized yet, despite my best efforts. Oh well. Look, I know. And I said this particular thing is not your fault. Like especially if they told you it was going to be done 2 weeks ago. Okay, a week is too much of a grace period, but like 2 weeks is absolutely unacceptable. But I'm not going to harp on that. I'm here to de-stress. Streaming is supposed to be a stress relieving time for me. Except if I have to put up with that dipshit lost his Edgeworth. But he's not in this game. So,
You sure about that?
I actually wouldn't put it past you to put him in this game, or at
No,
least
don't
someone,
worry.
or at least someone similar to him. But based
No,
on
there's
what
no
you,
one
yeah,
like that.
no, based on what you have told me, there is nobody even remotely similar to him in this game so far.
Yeah, this is Katie's baby. I just did writing for it.
Well, I should have known. I opened my big mouth, and Snowy says that I now have to beat tsundere for Edgeworth, my absolute beloved, who I am looking forward to seeing again in Ace Attorney 3 whenever I happen to stream that. I'm sure his dashing and charismatic and oh so opulent self will be in that game, and I am very much looking forward to it because, again, the fact that most of Ace Attorney 2 didn't have him in it is an absolute crime against humanity. It's an absolute crime against Ace Attorney fans everywhere. I can see why it's widely regarded to be the absolute worst Ace Attorney game of them all. Snowy, don't apologize. I suck at getting through things. We will get through this tonight. I think I'm still doing slightly better pace wise than I did last week. And we managed to get through a chapter. Like, the rewards are there for you to use. Never apologize for using them. Never. It's funny as hell, and I love it. Now, where was I? What was I saying? I don't remember. Must not have been important. Something about Edgeworth and his perfect hair and his complete and total innocence and how he truly grows as a character in the Ace Attorney series. And honestly, he really does get some of the best character development that I've seen, where he goes from being a very shady and dubious prosecutor, willing to bend the rules just to get any kind of verdict that he needs or that he wants, or, well, actually, the guilty verdict, because everyone is always, to someone who's literally willing to throw away the entire case when he knows, and I know, and he knows that I know, that the defendant is guilty as shit. But he's willing to throw all that away just because a little goblin is in danger. So, again, he is a truly honorable man. He's always had kind of his own code of ethics. So, again, I can at least appreciate that. And again, it is something. A good character development, good writing, a good story is integral to any good game. And honestly, with Phoenix Wright being such a dipshit, and the guy that I'm forced to play as the protagonist, if it wasn't for compelling characters like Edgeworth, those games really wouldn't be worth playing. Like, the reason that his last name is Edgeworth is because he's what makes it Edgeworth playing. Probably. Alright, I'm pretty sure that's enough of that. It had been a few days now. Was Selena doing all right? Was she scared? Was she avoiding me? The Redhead Zelda knife reward doesn't apply to this particular series, but if you'll recall, Midori, back when I was streaming Breath of the Wild, DawningWinds
Yeah, she threatened you because you wouldn't go and fight the final boss.
Exactly. So Redhead Zelda knife is basically a channel point reward that says Zelda's kidnapped a redhead. Do whatever she says.
Go do this.
Yeah, it's basically a demand that says, you have to do whatever Zelda says. So obviously for a game like this, it doesn't really apply. But for a game like Tears of the Kingdom, or, when I start streaming
Ace Attorney.
Not Ace Attorney, really, West of Loathing. I mean, Ace Attorney, there's some stuff you can do. But most of that's probably taken care of by the take that reward or what have you. And the reason that it's expensive, Snowy, is because it's such a powerful reward, right? With that reward, I think Jackboy was saying if he gets enough points before I finish Tears of the Kingdom, he's basically going to make me fight Ganondorf with 3 hearts and in my underpants. And I would have to do it because of that reward. So yes, it's expensive. But A, technically it's a reward that's compatible with Little Goblin Knows Best, so Little Goblin can use it to make me do whatever she wants to. Yes. That's what I'm saying, right? So it is compatible with Little Goblin Knows Best. All of my channel point rewards are. There isn't a single one that's not. So, Dawning actually used this particular reward last Wednesday to force me to do the shield surfing shrine, which I had no fucking clue how to shield surf in Breath of the Wild or Tears, because I'd never done it before. I had no idea how to do that until that morning, and I'd never tried it before. So, if you look carefully, by the way, the Redhead Zelda knife reward actually has an icon, and it is this exact picture that I'm showing on stream right now. Because that is what spawned this whole meme to begin with. But yeah, no, obviously for a game like this, there's not much you can do to screw with me. Like, I think the best you can do, and you really can't for this one, right? Because I've already said upside down's no good, but you could combine a couple of the other rewards and make me like, because otherwise you'd have to redeem an upside down, you'd have to redeem a lose the glasses, you'd have to redeem a whatever. But like the Redhead Zelda knife thing is a basically whatever the fuck goes, as long as it's actually playable.
I mean, I could see it being used to force you to play like bad ends if you get the good ends.
Yeah, I mean, it
Forcing you to
could.
play and get bad ends that you may not want to get.
It could. I think LG used a little goblin knows best to redeem a take that, and I got the bad end of whatever the hell the last case was. I spent so much time for it, and I can't even remember what the hell the case name was. The final case of Ace Attorney 2.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Snowy,
Anyways,
distracting me isn't very difficult. It really isn't.
surely not. Speaking of distracting, let's get back on topic.
I love being distracted. Anyway, did I introduce you, Midori, to my new counts?
I see Misclick and Dawn.
So
I'm
yes,
guessing this route mentions Dawn a lot.
Twice, yes.
Or at least twice. And does it mention misclicks, or is that something
Misclicks. Snowy, I'll get to your reward redemption in just a second. Misclicks is when I accidentally click. So I've got my OBS scene, and I've got the actual game screen. And because of how I'm doing this, right, I actually have to click on the game screen itself, but like misclicks is when I accidentally click on my OBS scene instead of the game itself. I've done that 7 times so far. Anywho, it's time for Curse Me Kilts because Snowy redeemed the Mott Scotch Guard reward. So, laddies and lassies, we're going to be going through the next part of the script, speaking like a Scotsman. Or more accurately, a very, very bad Scotsman. So, I sighed, letting my phone plop back down onto the mattress next to me. And that's another misclick. I was literally just frickin' talking about it, and I still screwed it up. And then I screwed up again because I blocked out the click instead of the count instead of adding to it. So that's 2 more misclicks. And Snowy, I know you heard about this particular award earlier in the Garden staff server, because I was talking about it in relation to our upcoming charity event. I guarantee you won't have to do anything like this on my watch, probably. I know she probably just needs her space to recover, but I'd still like to know if that lassie is okay. I closed my eyes, trying to push away my worries and insecurities to eventually fall back asleep. But alas, even counting sheep, I could not fall asleep. So I decided to drink myself into a stupor, as a good Scotsman does. Probably. I don't know what a good Scotsman actually does, because I'm not actually a Scotsman. I'm just some doofbutt from Chicago. The rest of me week seemed to go by in a blur. I did my best to attend to customers wandering into the shop for readings, despite the nagging pangs of my inner thoughts. Unfortunately, they did not like my accent and were very dubious of an idiot with a Scottish accent giving readings with tarot cards, so most of them left without even getting a single card flipped.
One moment. Sorry, someone's at my door.
Well, that's no good. The first line she gets, and the lassie has to go answer someone at her door. Unaccept. No, I'm kidding. Of course it's acceptable. Though I didn't know who might be at that door. Also, I have a question. How many 9 of Swords there are there in a deck of tarot cards? I would assume just 1. So what this line seems to be is very improbable. Unless you pull a card, then put it back in the deck, then shuffle it some more. But then again, I don't know about tarot readings, because in this iteration of the story, I have not read tarot readings for idiots. Or I think the actual one is for dummies.
I'm back. Sorry. Are you?
I was waiting for you to. I was waiting for you to return, lassie, and being more Scottish in the process.
Alright, this is going so badly. That's the 3rd time you've pulled the 9 of Swords card in a row. Are you sure you're still pulling the cards for my problem?
You don't have to do the accent, by the way. It's just me.
I know.
I'm Scotch card voice.
I'm having fun. I'm just having fun
with
you.
You know what? Fair enough. I'm making sure you know you don't have to do it.
Oh, I 100% know. I was doing it for kicks and giggles.
All right.
That's why I'm like, this is gonna end badly, but why not?
Good.
Have fun.
Always have fun. Look, it's why the rewards are here. It's why I love having other people in the voice chat with me, because we're just here to have fun. Oh, you're right, lassie. No, this isn't the right card for you. Let's try our reading again.
Let's forget it. Come back some other time, maybe. This clearly isn't happening today.
With one last huff of exasperation, the customer rose from the chair, quickly exiting the shop. Great, that's the 2nd time today I've been off my game. Sighing to myself, I gathered my cards back into a neat stack from their scattered places on the reading table. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and stared at it wistfully. Why won't that lassie call me back? Still no texts. I'd lost count of how many times I'd checked for one today. I tried my best to distract myself. I logged into Warble. What is this Warble thing? Sounds like a bunch of codswallop if you ask me. Only to be inundated with post after post talking about Nova's freak accident concert from the previous weekend. I'm guessing Warble was supposed to be similar to Twitter. That makes a tiny bit of sense. I was about to stuff my phone back into my pocket and try to clear my head when I felt a vibration in my hand. And since it was my phone there, I knew it wasn't something else that could have been potentially less suitable for work. Look, I still don't have the dirty joke counter because there'd still be too many. Also, I'm pretty sure I've gone at least 5 minutes with the accent, so I can probably stop now. It was a text from Selena.
Oh, there's a random line on here that I nodded, feeling a little bashful, all for compliments. I have a feeling that's not supposed to be there.
Say what?
There's like a random, on the actual thing, there's a random line that I think I accidentally stuck there as a header for some reason.
Oh, interesting.
So I was like waiting to read it. Hey, so sorry, I haven't been responding. Can we meet up?
I hastily typed out an eager response, relief washing over me as I hit send. You know, I did at least kind of figure that she'd be okay. Otherwise, this chapter would have this story would have kind of ended with chapter 1. Because potential romantic partner got splatted. She's alive. She's okay.
Interesting game, actually.
Hmm?
That'd be an interesting game, actually, if the romance died.
I mean, it hadn't even really taken off yet.
Well, yeah, but it could make for an interesting game, like an interesting plot twist. I don't know how it would work yet, but I'm totally gonna come up with that now.
Oh, good, I'm giving me
ideas.
She's alive. She's okay, and she's not avoiding me. Thank goodness.
Can you come by my place? Leaving my studio is still a little scary, lol.
Write that down, write that down. Darn it, I'm giving Katie ideas too. You know what? Look, I like giving people ideas. I really do. Like, if you actually think you can make a go of it, give it a try. Her place? I blushed, realizing I had shouted that out loud to no one except myself in my very empty shop. Well, be grateful there was no one in your shop to hear that, because otherwise, I mean, first of all, you already weren't doing well at your read. Like, I have noticed she is vastly less confident and vastly less competent in this story than she was. Not that she was doing a ton of readings in the Lilia story, but like, and honestly, to a certain degree, I can't blame her for not having focus, because she didn't know what Selena's, she didn't even know if Selena was alive until moments ago. But like, the contrast between how competent she is. Okay, there are moments of incompetence that she has in the Lilia story arc, namely the stupid option that I selected, which was to try to talk to the patient when she had no idea what she was doing. But to be fair, she learned. And she was then able to do after that. But like, the mistake was trying to do something too quickly without any training, and obviously I should have realized that it depends heavily on the other person, but whatever.
It has chocolate, no. Sorry.
No, that's fine. No one except myself in my very empty shop. Pull yourself together, Luna. Go check on your friend and stop talking to yourself like a crazy person. Unfortunately for you, you're voiced by a guy who literally has Maniacal in his username, so good luck with that. Good luck.
How do you know Luna's smart anyways? If you talk to yourself, you're smart.
I mean, look, I talk to myself sometimes because I absolutely cannot find any more intelligent conversation. Usually it means it's just me and the cats in the house. And I'm too stupid to talk to the cats, so I have to talk to myself. Anyway.
I mostly talk to my dogs.
No, like,
Anyways.
Emma will start meowing at me, and I try to meow back at her, and she's like, "The hell are you doing? Stop that!" I'm pretty sure I have lost...
Also, she understands English.
I'm pretty sure I have lost every single argument I have gotten into with that cat.
Oh, my dogs look at me like I'm crazy all the time.
That's what pets do.
Yep.
But we love them and they love us. And that's just how it goes. Alright, I found myself walking the streets of the arts quarter in the city, admiring all of the kitschy decorations and wares lining the shop display as I passed. It's no wonder the creative types flood into this part of town. I feel inspired already, and I'm not even an artist of any kind. Very true. I tried Pokemon Art Academy, and the one thing that I learned is that I put the F in art. And I will never let that tagline go because it is really funny. Brightly colored building facades framed the streets, with even more colorful murals covering what felt like any spare nook and cranny of space. The final frontier. On almost every corner or crossroads, there was some street artist or busker displaying their skills for everyone around them to enjoy. It actually sounds kind of pleasant. I made a mental note to come here more often. If I hadn't been here on important business, I would have loved to stop and enjoy the sights and sounds of this place. I took another look at the address Selena had texted me, reorienting myself and chasing away my distraction. Good luck with that, again, because you're voiced by me. I get distracted, and even... I get distracted while trying to chase away my distraction. I get distracted while talking about being distracted. Good tea. Looks like her studio should be right around this corner. I took a few deep breaths as I approached her door. As excited as I was to see her again, I was still feeling a bit nervous. Selena hadn't given me much explanation as to what she wanted to talk about when I arrived. Well, again, she just had a near-death experience. She probably wants someone to discuss that with or to talk about that with. I don't know, maybe. I sheepishly knocked on her door, which quickly swung open.
Well, stranger, it's so good to see you again.
Oh, this is a nice background. And look at all the instruments. The piano. That's a pink guitar. The drum set. I think that's a microphone stand back there in front of the bookcase, but I can't quite tell. Nope, that's part of the symbols. It kind of like
it's so funny.
So funny what?
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say it's so funny listening to you describe the background because the stream is so far behind for me that it's still on the previous background.
I'm sorry, it's not my internet. I've dropped 0 frames so far, so any delays between Twitch.
It's Twitch and stuff being its usual. I don't know why it's so bad with the voice chat.
I was finding something similar when I was watching Dawning stream last night. It happens.
Yeah.
But anyway, I originally didn't notice the top of that second symbol thing because it kind of does blend in a little bit to the bookcase. But that's still, I'm assuming that this is one of the backgrounds that was actually drawn out specifically for, and it looks great. It really does. I was a little surprised at how cheerful Selena's greeting was, considering recent events. You'd think that it would have had more of an impact on her. Too soon?
Gosh.
I mean, again, I suppose if it did have a little bit more of an impact on her, we would have had that romantic partner died ending, so never mind, I was wrong. It's not the first time. Selena quickly squeezed me into a tight hug as she welcomed me in. A wave of relief washed over me as we stayed in each other's arms for a few moments. Ah, yes, very good friends. I'm so glad you're safe. I was so worried about you.
I'm safe, I'm alive, and I'm super happy you came, Luna.
Yes, that. She finally released me from her embrace, only to grip my shoulders, her eyes meeting mine.
And I'm really sorry I didn't reach out to you sooner. This past week has been, well, a whirlwind. But that doesn't mean I should have gone radio silent on you like I did.
Well, it wasn't radio silent, it was phone silent. But I get that that's an actual term people use. I was really worried about you, but I understand you probably needed some space. That was a really scary way to end a concert, huh?
I always like to end my shows with a bang, but not quite that literally.
And sometimes euphemistically. Like, that's why she had Luna in the backstage, so that she could end the show with a different kind of bang.
Oh my god.
I'm almost sad that I didn't try a crass joke counter, but again, there really are too many.
Just wait until Kaiser Out's out.
Oh, good. We both
That
giggled.
has them within the game itself.
I'll know who to blame, too. I'll know exactly who to blame.
Say now, there should be a counter for Luna being horny in that route.
When it comes out, you know I'll play it, so just let me know.
I will.
Alright. We both giggled at that, dispersing some of the tense atmosphere. She smiled as she motioned for me to sit on a couch nestled in her studio.
Come in, come in. I'm so happy to welcome you into my humble abode. Please take a seat and get comfy.
Outwardly, Selena seemed to be her bright, cheerful self, but she still wasn't sitting down with me. She continued meandering around the room, looking a little antsy. I can kind of understand why. And this is another one who has to put on an external facade of being put together, but really isn't. I'm sensing a theme here.
Would you like anything to drink or a snack maybe? I've got quite the stash in my cupboards now after hunkering down this week.
Hunkering down? Have you been out of your place much since last weekend? The bright smile on Selena's face flickered. She literally told you in her text that leaving her studio was scary.
Well, not really, but it's okay. I have Ozzy on speed dial, and he's been getting me anything I need, so it hasn't been too terrible. She's Ozzy Osbourne on speed dial.
See, I made the Ozzy Osbourne joke last week. If I had known, like the first time we saw him, he was just security guard. If I had known that his name was Ozzy, I might have tried. Trust me, I probably can't do a good Ozzy Osbourne impression, but I would have at least tried.
I didn't know about that. That is great.
But yeah, no.
Just imagine it's Ozzy Osbourne now too.
I can't get Crazy Train out of my head.
He just bites off the heads of anyone that comes close to her.
I mean, you'd want a security guard who would... Well, okay, to a certain degree you would want a security guard who would do that. You want the people around you who you actually invite to be around you. But yeah, no, I don't know if Ozzy Osbourne would be a good or a bad bodyguard, but either way, he'd be batshit crazy. And it'd probably be funny for at least a little while. Before I could question her further, she dashed into her kitchen and started rummaging through her shelves. You know, I technically didn't tell her that I wanted a drink or a snack, but I guess I'm getting one.
Few things for us to munch on, like some bats. I hope you like hot Crunchos. I have so many spare bags of them. Now I want hot Cheetos.
See, I was thinking of something else that they could be munching on, but I'm not going there. Sure. That sounds fine. The awkward silence between us was filled with the sounds of cabinet doors. I think I heard at least one, opening and closing, and snacks being poured into bowls for the two of us. So, Ozzy's been here to check up on you this week?
I'm okay on my own for the most part, so he hasn't been by too many times. But he's gotten me a few things when I need them. He really is such a doll.
Not how I'd describe Ozzy Osbourne, but yes. You know, if you needed anything, you could have also called me. There was a small beat of more silence before I heard awkward laughter from the next room.
Oh, I wouldn't have wanted to have you go super far out of your way to run errands for me.
Well, even if it was just for me to come by and check up on you, I wouldn't have minded.
Well, that's very sweet of you, but I'm doing just fine now. I've been mastering the ways of the hermit here in my little cave.
Sounds just like what a little goblin would want to do. I'm wondering where she is and what she's up to, because if I don't see the little goblin, I just assume she's up to no good. She seemed so nonchalant and unbothered. So why was the air between us so tense? I was beginning to feel frustration creep up in the back of my mind. What wasn't she wanting to tell me? Just as I opened my mouth to ask, Selena reappeared, her hands and arms full of bowls of varying snacks and sweets.
So if you were a sweet or salty snack kind of girl, so I brought a little of everything. I hope you enjoy my stash.
Drugs?
Okay, now we're doing drugs again.
Yeah, we are in fact doing drugs again. So it took quite a while, but now we circled right back to the, oh shit, I'm being drugged again. Now, personally, I like salty snacks. Mostly because I'm pretty sure I have a salt deficiency. Like, heart conditions run in the family, so I get blood work done every year, which means that I've got to do a fast for, I want to say, at least 8 to 10 hours beforehand. So I get my blood work done, and despite the copious amounts of salt that I eat, and trust me when I say copious, okay, my sodium levels are normal, but like the very low end of normal. There's something weird with how I process sodium. So, literally, I love salty food because I apparently need it to survive. In point of fact, the most recent migraine trigger that I found was not one that I expected, but it's, you know, everyone says you got to be careful, especially with heart conditions in the family, right? Too much salt means your blood pressure goes up high, and that could cause heart problems. So I started, I think it was at the end of 2020, I started trying to cut back on my salty food intake. But I'd only put about half the salt on my food, and I wouldn't eat as many salty snacks. And just migraine after migraine after migraine. And when I started eating salt again, or the same levels of salt, it stopped. Now, don't get me wrong, this was not the same as my issue last year, when I still haven't quite figured out what the hell was causing the migraines that lasted me from end of January through beginning of April. But one of the first things that I tried was to eat more salt, and it just didn't work that time, because that apparently wasn't the problem. But hydration is definitively another one of the potential triggers, which is why I am very careful to constantly keep myself hydrated, despite the fact that I don't have that channel point reward on my channel anymore. I got distracted again, didn't I?
Very.
It happens. I mean, I don't want to get through this too quick because I don't have anything else planned for tonight. Anyway, so yeah. I had to admit the array of snacks was pretty inviting. I reached to grab a small handful of chocolate-covered pretzels. Aha! Mixing sweet and salty in one. Very clever. So you don't actually commit to whether she's a sweet or a salty snack person. You have her grab one that's both. Very
You're making
clever.
me want sunflower seeds right now, okay?
I am?
Yes, it's all sweet and salty.
It's literally in the game.
Yeah, but you keep, like, lingering on it. You also want a whole rant about salty food, so...
Okay, fine. That's technically my fault. But, like, most of the time I don't go off on rants or on tangents based on absolutely nothing. They're at least sort of related to something that happened somewhere or something that someone said. It's not like I start talking about something completely randomly.
Yeah. Carry on so we can get past this part, because can't eat them while I'm on the voice chat with you.
Fair enough. Selena finally sat down on the couch next to me. She picked up a few dried fruits from another bowl and chuckled.
Ah, I see you are a connoisseur of both the sweet and the salty.
Aha! Aha! And you had the script in front of you.
I'm not reading that far ahead.
It wasn't. That was like 2 lines ahead.
I know, I'm not reading that far ahead.
Okay, fine. I think I accidentally drowned out the end of your line, so...
A wise, balanced choice.
Ah, yes, we must bring balance to the Force. As charming as her giggle and wink at me were, I was still feeling small tugs of irritation. I get it. Like, I really do. Because it's clear she's hiding something from you, namely just how bad her situation is. Like, she went from being someone who would literally go out and perform in front of people to being too scared to leave her front door. Well, she's trying to pretend she's okay. She very, very, very fucking clearly is not okay. On the other hand, people deal with trauma in different ways, and you really can't force someone to open up to you. So, in a situation like this, okay, you might be irritated that she's not fully opening up to you, but at least she wants to have you around to help support her in this time, so you can try to be as supportive as possible.
Assuming she's not about to dump our butt.
I really don't think she would have gotten snacks and sat down on the couch next to me if she was about to dump me. Also, I would doubt that that would happen in a romance game when I chose the best option in the previous chapter.
You'd be surprised.
Okay, fine. I don't have a ton of experience. This is the first romance game that I have ever played. But...
There's times sometimes they'll dump the MC, usually because they're trying to protect them from something.
Oh, right.
You never know.
I feel like Lilia's about to do that in her story arc. Because...
That could be.
I mean, again, I've gotten as far as I can there. But the end of it is literally government interference, right? Like, government corruption. The government is after her. And I think she says something to the effect of she can't hang out with Luna anymore. So, you're not wrong, and it's actually happening in this very game, and as usual, I think I'm a stupid, but whatever.
I was just joking about Selena dumping. I don't know what's going to happen, actually.
No, I don't think she actually is.
Yeah, no, I think she's actually traumatized in this particular case.
I'm pretty sure she is. Like, I mean, I can't say that I've had the same thing happen to me, but I have had a near-death experience once, and to this day, I still carry physical and mental scars from it. Like, when I broke my arm, it was because my arm was shielding my head from impact, and it's only because I subconsciously shot my arm out that I lived. And so obviously the physical scar is the one on my arm where... Well, the mental scar is ever since then I have had a phobia of bones. I assume some of you can put 2 and 2 together.
Yep.
That was, obviously I'm able to function in society. I have gotten to a point, like, for a while, I could not even cut, chicken bones. I could not deal with. So even at ages where it's like, geez, I really should have been, like, I had to have my parents cut my chicken for me off the bone because I couldn't do it for myself. Why am I admitting all of this?
There's nothing wrong with it, though. That's perfectly normal after a traumatic experience.
Oh, they made fun of me. Trust me, they did.
Well, your parents are jerks.
I mean, I got over it.
Yeah.
And it's actually kind of funny how I got over it. I don't think I got to a point where I could deal with it until I was actually in college. And one of the the job that I had there was working at the only kosher restaurant in town because, spoilers, Madison, Wisconsin, not a very big Orthodox Jewish city. Or, from my perspective, not a very big city at all. In fact, it's kind of like a tiny little blip in the middle of nowhere, but whatever. So I was working in the kitchen, and we also, like, the person who owned the restaurant was also kosher catering, and so we were catering like a big event and needed to deal with a lot of, I think it was, for some reason it was like drumsticks or chicken wings or something, and I had to just deal with it. Like, bunch of raw chicken, and it was literally my job. I couldn't, if you'll pardon the pun, I couldn't chicken out. So I just got my hands in there, started cleaning, whatever, and apparently exposure therapy sort of works. I still don't like bones. And a couple of years ago, when they came out with those, like, 500-foot tall skeleton decorations for Halloween, I cannot stand those. Like, I get a chill every time I see them. And it sucks because one of my neighbors is a jerk-ass who, for over a year, has not taken down his goddamn skeleton. And part of me feels like going over and knocking the shin out of that thing, but I cannot get that close. And the worst part about this particular neighbor is that they try to kind of quote-unquote dress up the skeleton as if it's decoration for other things too, right? So they put like a little Santa hat on it for Christmas. They wrapped, I think it's still got its legs wrapped in Christmas tree lights from this year. Then they put like a stupid, they put like a stupid bathing suit on it over the summer. But it's,
oh my gosh.
And again, I don't even look at it. Like, I see this all out of the corner of my eye because I try not to look at the damn thing. But, like, it's terrifying. Even after all these years. And I know it's just bones, and I know I've got them. Believe me, I know I've got them myself. But I can't look at x-rays. I can't, like, I think I've said this before, right? If you go back and you watch my second ever Breath of the Wild stream, which I think is the very first video that you'll find, or the very first stream that you'll find on this channel, because my first one, I recorded it, thank God, but I didn't realize that, like, Twitch didn't automatically save your... That was something that you had to specifically select it to do. I would have thought it would have been the other way around, but Twitch is stupid. Anyway, if you go back and you watch that, like, the stall enemies popping out within, like, the first couple of minutes of... And I spend most of that stream terrified of night because of the skeleton enemies. Now you might know why, especially since they popped up literally out of the fucking ground and I had no way of anticipating that they were there. Now, obviously, since then, and I think in the course of that episode, I kind of got used to them. And they are considerably more cartoonish. And certainly less human proportioned, but they're still not my favorite enemy. By a long shot.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But now go back and watch that second Breath of the Wild episode, and it'll put a fuck ton of things in context. Like, it'll basically change a lot of your perception of that episode. Anyway.
Yeah, anyway.
I got off on another tangent, but oh well. That's part of my charm, I assume. Speaking of charm, I think I already said this line, so charming as her giggle and wink at me were, I was still feeling small tugs of irritation. Selena definitely seemed to be putting up a bit of a front. No shit, Sherlock. Selena, is there something more to what happened last weekend that you want to talk about? You know I'm here for you. Selena gave a small shrug, her laugh sounding slightly defeated.
What can I say? This kind of thing just happens sometimes. It was a poorly timed accident that probably meant nothing. No, it didn't.
Government interference again. That's going to be my explanation for everything. Has that ever happened before at any of your other concerts? She reached for another handful of fruit, avoiding my gaze as she spoke.
You know, nothing too out of the ordinary. Sometimes my mic has stopped working. Sometimes my amp is accidentally unplugged. During my last concert, we had some pretty bad luck, though. What started as a perfectly sunny day suddenly turned into a thunderstorm, and the crowd dispersed pretty quickly.
This past concert was indoors, though, right? If I'm remembering correctly, so sunny day wouldn't, or thunderstorm wouldn't actually make a difference. I wonder if that's why she moved indoors. But okay, look, shit happens. There's always technical difficulties that can happen. Sometimes someone accidentally trips over a cable and unplugs an amp. And it's not like anyone can literally control the weather, right? Oh, right, magical bullshit. Yes, somebody probably actually can control the weather. Yeah, there comes a point where just you can't keep writing it down as bad luck if it happens, or if something happens at every single one of your concerts. Unless Ozzy is sabotaging you.
Ozzy would never.
Probably not. And have these incidents been happening at every concert? Selena munched on some hot crunchos. That's such a funny name. I get it, right? It is supposed to be like Cheetos. Selena munched on some hot crunchos while she pondered the question.
I'm tempted to literally get hot Cheetos just to crunch on for that. Well, I guess they have been happening a lot more frequently nowadays. But I guess I'm just used to it. It's nothing I can't handle after all.
Sweetie, you are literally retreating into your house and are too scared to leave. That sounds like a you can't handle this anymore kind of thing.
Some random line got stuck as a header on every page, and I keep reading the line when I go to the next page. I'm like, wait a moment, why is she saying that all of a sudden?
Oh, that was just me saying it. That wasn't Luna saying it.
No, I mean, on the document, there's a line. Like, it says, I nodded, feeling a little bashful at all of her compliments. Somehow, it got stuck as a header on every page. So every time I go to a new page, I keep expecting that to be the next line. I'm like, wait, no, that's just a random header that got stuck there somehow.
Well, whenever we actually get to that line, we'll know where it came from.
I think that came from the beginning. I think that was somewhere at the beginning. She said that, and it just somehow got stuck as a header.
It might be. Now I'll have to go back and... I'm not going to have time to, but I'm going to have to go back and watch last week's stream to see where that
at the
line
beginning of
popped
this
up.
chapter.
Oh,
when she was texting her. I think it's from there.
No, because she didn't compliment.
I'm pretty sure. Unless that was just me confusing it.
I have no idea.
Maybe I don't know. I could be just getting confused.
I mean,
Yeah,
I literally cannot even see the
from.
document, so... Oops.
Yeah.
I have a
I
problem.
don't know where it came from. That's so weird.
Boop.
Anyways.
And that should take care of that. Alright. Bot squashed. And this is one of the reasons why I have to keep an eye on my Twitch chat, which is why the misclicks exist, because... well, shit happens. Is this next line supposed to be Luna?
Does it say, well, I guess you're right?
It doesn't, no.
Wait. It says Luna on the document.
So the previous line is what you were saying about nothing I can't handle after all. Then this line is, this was just a little too odd. Right, that's where it starts. So I don't know. Like there's no box that says whose line this is. And I think looking at it, it could technically.
This is just.
I mean, it might just be Luna's thoughts, but for some reason it's in quotation marks.
Yeah, no, that's supposed to be her. Yeah, that's her. That should be her thoughts.
Okay, so it's
the
internal.
Quotation marks might be. Well, yeah. No, it's on quotation marks here too. It might be her inner thoughts. I'm thinking separate from the narration.
Not supposed to have quotations. So the quotations threw me off. But okay, that does make sense that this is internal dialogue. All right. That was just a little too odd to be a simple series of coincidences. I mean, I guess it depends on how many concerts there were. Like, okay, if there were 3 or 5 or 7 or 9, that is definitively odd. But if there were 4 or 6 or 8 or 10, no, that's even. But whatever. But maybe I was being a bit too paranoid? Well, I guess you're right. You are pretty badass after all. I still remember how flawlessly you shut down that heckler at the night market.
Exactly. I really am the queen of comebacks, aren't I?
She laughed as she made an exaggerated gesture of victory. I giggled as I threw a skittle at her. Skiddle, not skittle. Not to be confused with the actual skittles.
Hey now, don't be starting fights you can't win. Especially food fights. Not only are my hands amazing at drumming, they also have amazing aim. I wonder what else they're good at.
You made the joke before I did.
No.
Also, don't make a mess in someone else's house. That's very rude.
But why wouldn't we want to make a mess with her?
A different kind of mess. Okay, maybe for some people food would be involved in that. But A, probably not Skittles. And B, I feel like you wouldn't be throwing that at each other. Then again...
you never know what people are into, okay?
Yeah, I was gonna say, then again, technically, I'm sure there's someone out there. Whatever.
Anyways, carry on.
I I threw myself off with that one, which is not great.
I
Oh, boy.
believe you're on the line, Luna's line.
Yes. Oh, want to bet on that? I think I could take you on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Selena's eyes sparkled at the promise of friendly competition. Okay, so this is actually not... This is not actually a terrible way to try to get her to come out of her shell a little bit. Whatever works,
I think they're just flirting, honestly.
I mean, they probably are, but...
It's that natural chemistry.
Yeah. All those chemicals in the food. The drugs, because it is her stash.
Oh, yep, there you go.
That is natural chemistry.
Oh, it's on now.
Just as we stood up with our respective bowls of ammo in hand, there was a knock on the door. Well, that's shitty timing. Actually, that's probably good timing that prevented us from making too big of a mess in the house.
No, it's horrible timing. We're getting cock-blocked.
Neither of them have one of those, as far as I know.
Well, whatever the term is for when it's just two girls, okay?
I think the appropriate one is clam jammed, but I could be wrong.
I'm
I'm
gonna have
not
to look
as
this up now.
I'm not as familiar with this sort of terminology. But
Neither am I.
like, I'm
Clam
pretty
jam.
sure.
Yeah, we'll go with clam jam. That is one of them.
Hey, I was actually right.
Yeah, there's a couple others. Box out, beaver dam, twat swat.
Beaver Dam is a good one.
I'm laughing at twat swat.
I love how someone's just knocking frantically on the door, and we're here talking about what the female equivalent of cock block is. Okay, to be fair, it's only in the game that this is happening. It's not like someone is actually frantically knocking on either of our doors.
Oh, here.
I
Knock
would
on
be...
a door. Oh,
What?
sure. I set my dogs off. I try to make a knocking sound and I set my whole dogs off. Oh, crap.
I hear that, yes. That was not a very smart thing that you did.
I didn't think they would realize it was me. They're in the room with me.
Dogs are
Adventure.
sometimes not very smart.
Yeah,
This
I'll
I
go
have
without them.
noticed.
Shut up, you two. Go back to the bed. That was me.
No, it wasn't. It was Midori. Don't you lie to the dogs.
Fine. Dogs, it was your mother. That was me.
I'm not
Hey,
their
no,
mother.
I'm Emmy too. It says Mystifying Enchantress and a Mint Elf in the chat, so it is Emmy for me too.
You're going to fight me for that title, aren't you?
When you make that joke, yes. Anyways,
To be
carry on.
fair, I've had the title for a while, but whatever. It's still mine, darn it. It sounded a bit more frantic than a normal knock would sound. And
That's
both of
weird.
them would know about knockers.
We're never getting through this because of all the dirty jokes we're making. My gosh.
It happens. Look, last week it was just random thoughts o'clock. Today it's just dirty jokes o'clock. And I feel like part of that's because my wife's not home today.
Oh, well, I'm just making up for not being here last week.
Fair enough.
Stupid fly.
It's actually quite telling. So the reason my wife's not here is she went up to visit her father. She actually went up yesterday because she wanted to go watch the Super Bowl. And I didn't give a damn. So the only thing I know about the Super Bowl is no matter who won, Philadelphia was going to get burned to the ground. because,
What happened in Philadelphia?
well, there's a stereotype about Eagles fans, right? They they don't take losses well, right? So they'll burn the city down if they lose, but to celebrate a victory, they'll also burn the city down.
They need help.
I mean, if you ask me, most sports fans need help.
Fair point. Anyways, before we get too off topic. Huh, that's weird. I didn't call Ozzy to come over or anything like that. Look at her aiming for a threesome.
You know, she might be.
I don't know how
Technically,
hot Ozzy is.
technically, Luna is bisexual, so it could work.
Oh, yeah, she is canonically bisexual.
Yeah. We both exchanged glances as she opened the door. I stayed further back, just out of sight of the door. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. These people look very suspicious. Standing in the entryway were two people. Okay, so we've gone from a threesome to a foursome. Fine. Were two people who looked suspiciously similar to the singer, and they were both incredibly well dressed to boot. I
How
guess that
many
means they
people
have
would
fancy
come in
boots.
orgy?
You know, I technically don't know. Like, that is not a question that I have ever asked before. When does it stop being like a threesome or a foursome and just go into an all-out? I don't know, and I don't think that's I don't think that's a question we're going to answer tonight because I'm
Yeah, that's
sure
gonna
as
take
shit not a
very.
subject matter expert.
Yeah, no, even a quick Google search that would take some serious research. Anyways,
Wait,
Selena,
did you
there.
wait? Hold on. Did you actually do a Google? Jesus Christ!
I looked up probably weirder stuff. Honestly, Katie would get it. When you write or do drawings, you look up weird crap.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Like, my dad's written some books, and I think he's had to look up some stuff. Not like sexual, mind you, but like obscure medical knowledge or what have you.
Yeah. You look up weird stuff when you write it.
Just
Gotta
to make
know.
right, just to make sure that you're not getting something factually incorrect. But
Yeah.
I mean, I'm guessing, just to throw an answer out, I'm guessing it depends based on the culture of the society and even potentially on some of the acts being performed. But I don't know. Like I said, not a subject matter expert on this.
Hmm.
Strictly speaking, I have only been in one relationship in my whole life. Granted, it ended in marriage, so I must have done something right.
Sounds like a
But
good aspiration.
actually, I don't think I did anything right. I think she settled for me anyway. But whatever.
Uh, anyways, get back
Yeah,
on
let's.
topic.
Yes.
Selena, there. Why haven't you been answering any of my calls? We've been worried absolutely sick about you.
Whoever these people were, they were on a first name basis with her, and apparently I wasn't the only one trying to reach her this week. But for some reason, I was the only one she called. Or texted, anyway. Oh! Never mind. No foursome. This is her parents.
Yeah.
That would just be weird.
No kidding.
I'm sorry. From the silhouettes, they both looked like females.
You're not wrong. Actually, that man one kind of does look feminine.
To be fair, I'm not exactly one to talk because I've got about shoulder length hair right now. But it's not styled at all. Like, it's a big fucking mess. So most people can still tell I'm a guy, even if they see how long my hair is.
Yeah, the silhouette on the right is definitely androgynous.
The
I would
laughter
say.
you were. Look, I'm glad you're laughing. I love laughing too.
Anyways, your mother and I have seen the headlines from last weekend. Tried to put on another haphazard mess of a performance again, didn't you?
Are they sabotaging her? Ooh. Did he just say mother?
A mess? Really, Dad? I was doing just fine, actually. One of my best concerts yet. Oh, really? Your best concert yet? After going rogue was a disaster we've seen plastered all over social media?
Selena snorted, crossing her arms.
Seriously, I do not want to be having this discussion with you two right now. I'm having your embarrassing excuse of a show has been all anyone on Warble has been posting about all week. It's absolutely shameful. Your antics are putting our family name to shame, Selena. When is this rebellious phase of yours going to end?
I was horrified. What kind of treatment from her own parents Selena had to put... Oh, sorry, I misread that. Was this the kind of treatment from her own parents Selena had to put up with? They do kind of seem like jerks.
Yeah.
Just a little. Also, if they actually cared about the family name, you'd think that they would have been more pissed off about the scandal surrounding her in the first place than the fact that she was at least trying to still remain a star afterward. Or did they expect her to kind of just fade into the night after the scandal? I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
Probably.
Alright. Oh my god. And now you're pulling out the rebellious phase card on me? What am I, a preteen? This is ridiculous. I did say that like a preteen, though.
This actually begs a certain question. How old are these characters? I mean, obviously I know they're not like teenagers or anything, but like, how old are these characters supposed to be?
Luna, I know at least is like 23, 24, something like that.
Okay.
So, and Kai, I believe is the same exact age as Luna, off the top of my head. I know the Hung guy is, that actually comes up, his age is mentioned in his route. I don't know
Early
Selena
to
and
mid-20s.
Lilia's. I think Selena and Lilia are both older than Luna, if I
Well,
remember correctly.
Katie says early to mid-20s, which,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, I'm older then, but I guess it makes sense. Like, by the time you get to be my age, you've already found a romantic partner. Possibly. I don't know. I'm an old fart, that's all. And I can only say that because Dawning isn't here.
Okay.
Do note,
anyway.
I'm not saying that I'm 88. No, I'm still only 33. Despite what you may hear from little goblins. But okay, yeah, no, that gives me a better... Like, I still don't know why her parents are treating her like... I mean, obviously they're prima donnas, but whatever.
Alright, okay. Anyways, you will not take that tone with us, young lady, or we'll fix it for you.
I'm sorry? Are you suggesting that you'll fix her voice?
Hold on there. Before we take things too far, let's hear our daughter out. I'm sure she has a perfectly good explanation for not listening to us for the millionth time. They are so freaking childish, man.
Okay, look. Perfectly good explanation for not listening to you for the millionth time, because 1 million times out of 1 million times, you've been wrong. Boom, mic drop, done. Go away. I could tell Selena was getting more and more exasperated by the minute. I had never seen her lose her cool before. She was getting dangerously close. I mean, this does explain how she's able to put up with hecklers at her concerts, though, if she's been putting up with this shit for her whole life.
No kidding. This has all been blown out of proportion. It was just a faulty stage light that fell, nothing more to it. If you two would just let me handle it. Oh, you've handled things all right. And you've let them slip out of your hands and run away from you, and now everyone is laughing at your expense. If you'd just come back home, we could help you handle things again, sweetie. We would never let things get out of hand like this.
I feel like that's a lie. I feel like they let things get out of hand when she was originally accused of the stealing someone else's work in the first place. Why do I feel like both of them are behind everything that has gone wrong with her to date? And in point of fact, why do I suspect? So I'm guessing her parents are some kind of famous whoever snobs. And they kind of drove her into the music career in the first place. And then as soon as she started trying to get even the remotest bit of independence from them, they arranged for her friend to basically take credit for all of her and the massive scandal and everything that poured down on her head, hoping that it would draw her back to them, but it only pushed her further away. So now they're deliberately trying to sabotage her concerts. I wouldn't be surprised. So, okay, I was saying that it was government interference or government sabotage or whatever. Now I'm actually thinking it's parental sabotage. The only reason I was thinking it was government sabotage is because that was the answer to the previous one. But this is diabolical. Like, I will say, even if I'm guessing, just by sheer deductimination, even if I'm just guessing by sheer deductimination what the plot line is here, it's still a solid storyline. I have a good head for stories and plots and things like that. Like I said, the one bit of creativity that I have is that I can write stories. Now, I don't write nearly the same kind of stories that my dad does, because he bases it on his background in microbiology. But I can write stories decently well, so I can think of plots, I can think of things like that. And unlike art, where I've got a bunch of really nice visions and stuff in my head that I cannot translate onto paper because I just do not have the skill or the patience, stories I can at least and sometimes as I'm writing, I'm surprised at a direction that a story goes in, but it works, so I just keep going with it. But not a professional. So, and again, it's still a very clever thing if that's the direction. And if it's not the direction this goes in, I'm sure it's still an equally clever direction for the story to go in. But all I'm saying is, if I do happen to guess what the plot is, don't assume that it means that the plot is predictable or that it's not good because it's predictable. But it's still very fascinating. Anyway.
I feel like you might have fun with big name otomes once in a while.
With what?
Like the big name otome games.
Are you trying to convince me to start streaming more of these moving down the line?
I'm not sure how legal streaming some of the big name ones are. It might depend on, like, so ours is free, so obviously we're more than happy for people to stream it and stuff.
Right.
But when it comes to the more well-known ones, like Jacques Jean, Pio Fiore and stuff, because those are a big name. Because again, visual novels are basically like books, so I don't know. I'd have to look into how okay it is to stream those full games. But like a Cinderella from Mom is a free one, so you could probably actually stream that one. But I feel like you might actually be interested in something like just even trying to guess the plots can be interesting. It would also just be hilarious if you played Pio Fiore and end up on Ying's bad end.
You end up on why?
There's a Toma game called Pio Fiore. It's notorious for its crazy bad ends. And one of the bad ends is so well written, I didn't realize I was on the bad end until like the end was over.
Huh.
So.
Sounds delightful.
Yeah. Anyways, get back on topic.
I mean, Katie, I expect that I will like the story no matter what. Also, I sense something evil.
Nah, what are you talking about? We're innocent. Perfect angels.
Dawning, your mic's not working again. But hi.
Is it working now?
Dawning.
I hear you now, yes.
Okay.
I was very worried because I didn't see you in my chat when the stream started, Little Goblin. I thought you might be causing mischief, and that was very concerning for some reason.
No, I was just at my first play rehearsal. Speaking of which, it turns out we do not have this on Wednesdays because some of the cast have church stuff on Wednesdays.
That's I mean, okay, I will say I am not a Christian, but I feel like that's a weird day to have church stuff.
Actually, that's pretty common.
Huh.
For like Bible study and stuff, yeah, Wednesdays. Wednesdays and Sundays, I would say, are the most common days.
Okay.
Look, I don't know. I think these people are going on both Wednesdays and Sundays. Not entirely clear.
It's more of it's like Bible study that will happen on Wednesdays.
I see.
Sure.
I mean, again, I don't know. Not my religion. I'm an Orthodox Jew, so...
Yeah.
The last thing I know about is what people do or do not do at churches.
Anyways.
What was I saying? Where was I? Well, actually, let's start with the bigger question. How are you this evening, Dawning? And how was play rehearsal?
I have concerns about the casting. I don't think the director had the option to do any better.
I see. So
but I have concerns that she had about the fact that she had to cast a guy that I'm not really sure has any interest in theater, because he came in and he introduced himself by saying he auditioned as a goof and now he's here. I'm not saying it can't work, but it doesn't inspire the most confidence.
Okay, let's be fair. Basically everything I do as a goof, but if I actually commit to doing something, even if it is as a goof, gosh darn it, I will see that goof down to its logical conclusion or illogical conclusion, whichever it may be. But I'm
not
me, so.
fully sure if he's going to have any such issues or not. I'm just not always automatically confident in such a thing.
No, I get it.
And then we have two children.
Okay.
Like 12 years old playing.
Are they at least characters that are supposed to be children?
No, we don't have any of those.
What do you mean you don't have any of those?
There aren't any roles that are meant to be children.
So then why do you have two 12-year-olds being... I'm
because
confused.
We didn't have anyone older to fill those roles?
Oh, so it was really, really scant as to...
I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's not good. Is it just the time of year?
One of those... I don't know. One of those 12-year-olds, you remember the director who fired 2 kids, including his daughter, right? Oh, they might be 13 now.
Yes, yeah. I remember this.
She's that daughter.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I remember you hated that director, like, ridiculously.
Yes, and I'm not overly impressed with his daughter either. No. I don't know. Maybe she'll be okay.
Well, we'll just hear about another one of your play disasters, but it doesn't entirely surprise me that you've got little selection this time of year. Nobody wants to go out when it's snowing.
Well, one person is driving 45 miles. More people could stand to learn from her.
I take it
I'm
that's you?
kidding.
Also, you're not the
No.
one who drives.
No, that's not me. There's another person coming from even farther.
Oh.
Good lord. I mean, it's ridiculous.
What drive is that?
Honestly, I hate driving in the winter. I hate the fact that my Wednesday commute this week is going to be absolutely miserable. But that's so. And again, I was gonna say it may not even have mattered that you show up or that you were potentially going to show up late on Wednesday, because I may end up showing up late depending on how long it takes me to get home from work. But, and to be fair, I may not end up streaming at all.
Possible.
Yeah, I may not end up streaming at all if I get home too late.
Prioritize getting home safely over streaming.
I agree.
Please.
Do I ever do anything safely?
Do it
You
this
will
time.
get home safely, or you will have a very, very angry and sad little goblin.
That is a very, very fair counterpoint.
Frankly, I'm hoping the snow doesn't actually come. Because it was supposed to come tomorrow, but then now they're saying Wednesday. I'm hoping don't come, period.
I mean, I'm always hoping that snow that they predict doesn't show up. I am also the guy who still salted my walkway Saturday, like literally right after Sabbath. I was out with my giant bag of salt, salting my walkway, because I knew that my wife was going to be leaving the house. And, not you, Snowy, like actual snow, like the white blobs of crap that fall from the sky. We like you. We just don't like what you're named after.
Yeah.
You
Because-
wouldn't either if you'd ever encountered it.
I mean,
And you-
really, like, it's going to be asininely dangerous when I'm coming home on Wednesday. If it's snowing like they say it's going to be snowing.
Yeah, the way they're saying, like, I think my mom said I was supposed to get like 6 to 8 inches here. I'm like, oh god. And I can't even just easily just pre-salt because I have dogs, so I have to be careful where we're salting, because if my dogs step on that, I have to wipe their feet. They can, as far as I'm concerned, though, I have my own door that my dogs come out of, so I'm fine if I slip and fall.
I mean,
My dogs try to kill me anyways.
I think Dawning knows it. Like, my dad actually did slip and fall last Thursday.
Yay.
And he injured his shoulder. So...
we had one spot of ice for a while. It was just, it would not go away. And my dogs kept going towards it, and eventually I slipped on it, and I had bruising, like, the next day.
I mean, ice is dangerous, and snow is dangerous too. Like, I'm a little concerned that my car is not going to be able to make it through the snow.
I mean, if we're lucky, it'll be just nice soft snow, because at least that's easy to move out of the way. It melts. The worst is if it rains before it. That's what happened with the first snowfall here, is it rained, and then it was snow, so it was icy snow. And that's why we had ice for so long,
Yeah,
too.
no, I get, like, the only good news, so last Thursday, of course, my car was literally encased in ice, so I had to sit in my car as it thawed for at least I could get the frickin' doors open, start the car, and get the defrosters going, but it took 10 to 15 minutes before it was somewhat usable. Literally, I broke my ice scraper.
Ooh.
Well, I was trying
Wow.
to yeah. And I'm not gonna bother getting a new one because that one's just gonna break too.
I suggest
But-
hot water.
The
If you
funny
need to get something
It
open.
won't stay hot.
No,
The-
you get hot water from the house. You come out, pour it.
Yeah, and it'll be cold by the time you get it.
no,
By
it
the
won't.
time you're trying to pour it, it'll be cold.
and then it
No,
just
'cause
freezes.
I've gone from my house to my mailbox, and my mailbox is a decent walk away, and it stayed hot. So unless you're walking like a mile, if you get hot water from the house, you'll make it over to your vehicle to pour hot water on it.
Probably, but regardless, by Thursday evening, like everything had melted, but just like Thursday morning, it was absolute. It was
Chaos.
dangerous outside.
Oh yeah.
I hate this time of year with a burning passion. I just wish said burning passion was enough to heat up the temperature enough that I never had to see snow for the rest of my life.
That would
Tell
be
Ellie
nice.
tell Ellie to send his weather our way.
He
He has
doesn't
like
want
70.
snow.
He has oh, they actually got snow in Texas, but
I know
he
they
has like
did.
70-degree weather. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, we're having
That does
we're
sound
having engineers come in from our Atlanta and California offices this week. And I'm like, well, good fucking luck, guys. Welcome to
They're gonna
Chicago.
Oh, don't
You're-
worry. Ellie's supposed to
this-
suffer through some cold.
Yes, he told
this
me, by
sounds
the
like-
way.
A murder plot.
It's like a what?
Huh?
Sending Southerners to Chicago this time of year sounds like a murder plot.
I don't know why we have our meeting here this time. I mean, I sort of get it because it is the most central location that we actually have an office, and the Atlanta office is too small, and the California office is way too far away for the vast majority of us. But you're not wrong. Like, I don't see why we needed to have a meeting this week. We really didn't. And I think everyone's going to complain about it afterward. Or even during word, if it snows as much as they say it's going to.
We got
Anyway.
way off topic.
We really did, but at least it let me go upstairs and get some tea.
He is good.
Yes. And I can kind of, because the one good thing about my wife not being here is that I actually can leave the soundproof, or allegedly soundproof. I'm actually probably going to get rid of this thing because my wife says it doesn't work so much. But I can actually leave this booth and wander around the house still talking, and it doesn't bother anyone except maybe the cats.
Yeah,
Cats are botherable.
It up.
Yeah, well, they didn't seem to mind. I don't think either of them were in the kitchen
I'm glad.
anyway, so...
Cats only mind when they want food.
Yeah. My thumb is mostly recovered from that particular debacle. You can actually kind of see it's very clear how many layers of skin I pierced based on how the injury is healing. It's kind of cool.
Funny to talk about fingers, 'cause I burned mine the other day and I have a burn mark now.
That sucks.
Mido.
Oh, I got my turtle do light. I didn't know when I bought it that it doesn't light up when it's hot, so I was just trying to feel the heat and I accidentally touched it. Okay.
Aha. See, Dawning just expects me to be clumsy, so I sliced my thumb up, and she's like, he does this every night.
Oh, I'm a complete.
You really do, though.
Snowy, I don't have a distracted counter for the same reason I don't have a dirty joke counter. The count would basically be infinity.
Especially since Katie said this route apparently, or this seat is literally intended for dirty jokes.
Yes.
He wanted
well,
us to be dirty, so
I mean, I had actually missed her saying that, but yes, no. I mean, look, I've already been making dirty jokes, but if this was specifically meant for it, then yes, I am here for it. And
yeah,
apparently,
Katie literally said, also, what if I told you a lot
yes,
of my
I
writing
see
in this
that now.
chapter? Okay.
Also, apparently, Dawning is also here for it.
Of course I am.
Good. Now,
Anyways,
What do you take me for?
Alright, so should we actually get back on topic?
we might have
Impossible.
to.
Alright. Things were so much better for all of us when you acted like an actual member of this family. Oh, really? A family? Is that what we were to you?
Shit,
Sure
that's
didn't
another
feel like that to
misclick.
me.
Oops.
Middle be reading that.
I'm sorry. Look, I tried clicking the text box, and oops, it was my OBS scene again.
Oh, let me know and I should restart my line.
You're fine. And yes, Snowy,
Okay.
On Topic is in fact overrated.
Oh, really? A family? Is that what we were to you? It sure didn't feel like that to me. Families look out for each other. They protect their own. They stay in line. No. Maybe that's your definition of what family is, but I don't want to fall in any line anymore. Unless it's with Luna.
I feel like that's coloring outside the lines.
Depends on what they're doing, you never know.
Maybe it involves paint. I mean, we mentioned earlier food. It could involve paint.
Yeah, you never know, whatever they're into. Maybe we shouldn't have given you a choice. You clearly need our protection. It's not safe for you to be on your own. We see proof of that now. Wow, I'm so inconsistent with her mother's voice.
I'm pretty sure they're fucking sabotaging her. I'm
Wouldn't surprise me
pretty
at this
sure
point.
they're fucking sabotaging her.
Parents of the year.
Yes.
Ooh, it's about to get spicy.
I couldn't take it anymore. These parents are being ridiculous. We know nothing about Luna's parents, do we?
Not important.
I believe they are mentioned in Selena's route, and the details of her family life as a childhood is in Kai's route.
I was gonna say
they do eventually come up in the game. Maybe not Lily. They don't know if they come up out all in Lilia's route.
No, it makes sense for them to come up most in Kai's route because he's her ex, so potentially he would know her parents.
Doesn't come up for the reason you're actually thinking.
I don't think.
That's true.
Yeah, when he does, I have to get a fire extinguisher, and I'm running out of those.
Just talk to Wellington. I'm sure he's got one somewhere.
He's in jail. He's banned from fire extinguishers.
You don't know that. What if there's a fire in jail?
Then someone else will deal with it.
Also, not like fire can kill him. He's a vampire. Well, can fire kill vampires? It depends on whether it's the sun itself, like, or it's...
Depends on the vampire.
It probably
That
does.
too.
Because I know plenty of vampire fiction where, yes, a fire will burn the heck out of a vampire and kill him.
Because it's probably like the light from the sun, because it's not the heat. Like, even if it's a cold day.
No, I mean, it depends on the type of vampire. Because I know I read plenty of vampire series where the vampires would die via fire.
All right,
Actually,
fine.
I think in Twilight they can burn.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. Count Von
Yes, it does.
Count Von Count the Muppet is more of a vampire than anything in Twilight.
He's a Muppet. You can burn him.
Probably.
He is literally flammable.
Probably, but he's still more of a vampire than anything that they've got in Twilight. And that's a fact.
Twilight still uses like the same basis of vampires. I've seen crazier. Trust me, I've seen crazier vampire fiction.
I think he just doesn't respect Twilight, Mito.
No, I know. Obviously, he doesn't.
I mean, I don't, but also I'm not wrong.
Debatable.
No, like,
Anyway,
I have no opinion on Twilight.
you have what?
No opinion on Twilight.
Look, I have a little sister who's 10 years younger than me. I didn't have a choice about some of this stuff.
Did you read the books or watch just the movies?
Little a column A, little a column B. When I didn't get nauseated, I got bored.
I mean, obviously not everything's gonna be for everyone.
No.
But when
It's
it
not.
comes to like the books, excluding New Moon, because that book really did suck, they're not that bad. But Twilight has become a thing that people love to hate too.
You want to know what's funny? Lego, I believe, is coming up with Lego Twilight sets.
Oh, I'm not surprised because there's supposed to be a Twilight animated series.
I wonder
ironic
why the
because-
hell it was... Because it seemed like it was so out of the frickin' blue. Like, Twilight was so last millennia.
Yeah, no, it's supposed to get. I believe it's supposed to get an animated series. I heard about that a while ago. I haven't checked on what's going on with that for a while, which is ironic because I would say Twilight got one of the best movie adaptations. Movies were pretty decent, while other series like Vampire Academy just get nothing but trash.
Nope,
Forever hold
there's
grudge.
nothing but trash here. I've heard that line before at Lieutenant Surge's gym.
Anyways, before we go off, because we could really go off on that type of stuff.
We really
Back
could.
on topic. Back on topic. Your line.
Dawning, do I have to go on topic?
Yes.
You don't have to, it's your stream.
True.
But I think Mito wants you to, and it would be nice to be nice. It's a little...
Because I know if we
Fine.
go too off topic, we're never getting back on topic. The stream will devolve
It already has.
even more than now.
Alright. Just as I was about to intervene and rush to Selena's defense, I felt an intense swirl of magical energy fill the room. This will not end well.
You don't know that.
I could sense the strong intent of the two parents as they both started to chant something. What chant are they saying?
I'm one, yon, yeah, I'm one. I don't know.
Trying to think of a famous chant, and I can't think of one off the top of my
Okay,
head.
Hold on.
Oh,
hold
wait a
on,
minute, wait a minute,
I
wait a
got
minute,
one.
wait a minute. I know. Oompa loompa doompa dee doo. I've
gonna
got
go.
another puzzle for you.
Abde, Dude, Dambala. Give me the power, I beg of you.
I don't think I've heard that one before.
It's from Chucky. It's.
Dawning, you
there's,
come
like,
up with a chant.
I don't know any chance.
Really?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, fine.
Anyways, let's carry on.
Selena's eyes widened in shock and hurt as she quickly cupped her hands over her ears.
No! You two need to stop it and get out right now. Luna, cover your ears.
What? I can't hear you!
Because your ears are covered?
With my headset,
No,
yes.
Luna didn't cover her ears. Selena did. So you can hear her.
What? I can't hear you.
Carry on.
What?
Want me to read for you?
He
Can't
doesn't
hear.
know
What
how to read,
happened?
so it might help.
What's going on? I can't hear anything.
I followed suit and brought my hands to my ears.
Do I have a line?
Yes,
Yeah.
I followed suit.
Oh. I followed suit. It was probably the suit of pentacles. Oh! Hello, Joe!
Hi, Joe.
Joe.
And how are you this fine evening? And hey! You didn't forget about Dawning or Mint. It's very good. Congratulations.
Yay!
I'm very memorable.
Everybody does seem to remember Dawning, yes. And Mint. Okay. I followed suit, and again, it was probably... I still don't know what a pentacle is, by the way. I probably should have looked it
Ever
up.
seen an octopus?
Is a 5-pointed star drawn within a circle.
What? Oh, I thought it would have been like a 5-pointed star made out of tentacles.
Nope, it's a 5-pointed star. 5-pointed star drawn within a circle. It is also known as a pentagram.
What do... I know what a pentagram is. Why the hell do they call it two different things? And why a goal? Like, I would
Because
have...
technically a pentagram's not actually in a circle, ironically.
What?
According to... Yeah, a pentagram actually isn't in a circle. So that's interesting.
Oh,
there's
right.
some
It's
more
in a
differences.
it's in a box. You give it like a candygram.
No, pentagrams are just there. Has nothing. And the stars, I think, are drawn slightly different. But anyways, let's carry on.
Fascinating. Anyway, I followed suit and brought my hands to my ears to block out the sound of chanting, which got louder and louder. Through my fingers, I could almost hear what resembled a soft melody. Oh, I was right! It is the Oompa Loompa song! Oompa Loompa Doopa Dee Doo. Look, that's my headcanon now. That's what they're chanting. Today,
Well, whatever works.
I'm sorry to hear that, Joe. Please, air your troubles. That's what we're here for. We're not actually playing a game or anything. We're here for you, for your entertainment, and
your
just
distraction.
The game just happens to also be here.
to give you a place to air your grievances. Though hopefully not grievances with me. I don't think I did anything wrong this time.
Yes, you did.
What did I do?
That's a secret.
What do you mean that's a secret?
I mean that it's a secret.
How can I know what I did wrong, or how can I learn from what I did wrong if you don't tell me what I did wrong?
You're not supposed to. Not if we're keeping what you did wrong a secret.
I feel like I didn't actually do anything wrong.
Well,
Nosy grandparents. Well, my grandparents used to be nosy, now they're kind of in their 90s, so a little bit less nosy, but I get that. Your mother saying no about the ski trip is very rude. And yeah, no, go eat the pudding now. Like, shoo, go eat the pudding. I'll be here when you get back. I promise. Like, go to your fridge, get the pudding, come back. I'll
poor
still be
enemy
here.
steals it.
I don't steal pudding.
Get
Sure
the
you don't.
pudding before Emmy steals it.
And I certainly wouldn't steal any of my viewers' pudding. Like, I don't want
No,
I don't want my viewers to hate me.
steals it.
Joe, I'm not going to steal the pudding.
If you say you would, it might make him get it faster.
No! But, yeah. Yeah, no, go get your pudding. Everybody needs something, you know, a good dessert helps a bad day be slightly less bad.
Still pretty bad, though.
Yes, but at least it's bad, but you're eating something tasty.
I suppose.
I mean, which would you rather have, a bad day without pudding, or a bad day with pudding?
It's a bad day with pudding, but I'd rather just not have the bad day.
But look.
And then also have the pudding.
Joe's asking if you want some pudding.
Well, Joe, I appreciate it. I don't know if the pudding is kosher or not, and I feel like it's not feasible for you to shove that through your computer to mine.
No, that seems pretty reasonable.
You guys are making me want freaking pudding.
First it was sunflower seeds, now it's pudding. Midori is hungry.
Cravings! Too many cravings! This is ridiculous.
But anyway, look, I understand not wanting to have a bad day, Dawning, but sometimes they kind of just happen.
Oh, yeah.
What if I punch them in the face?
Worth a try! I think Emmy died. Well, I guess we'll just take over history.
I'm pretty sure I'm not dead yet.
I would hope not.
Hang on, let me check.
Claire.
No?
Alright, I'm gonna redirect
No?
you.
I can't feel a pulse.
Where are you checking?
My nose? No, I'm kidding.
Well, that'd be why.
I'm checking my right wrist.
Are you secretly a Nabatean?
A what?
Oh.
They have a, if I remember correctly, they have a pulse but not a heartbeat. Or was it they have it was one or the other. They have one but not the other.
Oh, right, I could just check and see if I have a heartbeat.
You're a Nabatean. What does your dragon form look like?
He's a dragon form?
That is not a mistake then, Joe. That is a positive.
That is very much a positive, Joe. That's why I'm here. That is, I'm glad you're laughing. Laughter. Look, okay. I told one of my coworkers over the weekend, chicken soup is good medicine, and it actually worked. Like, one of my Japanese coworkers was sick, so I told another one, make sure that he eats chicken soup. He was actually back in the office feeling much better today.
Well, good for him.
But
that just, oh my gosh, sorry, that just reminded me of something like years ago. I was sick and a friend got me chicken soup at work.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled out like whole freaking chicken bones out of that thing.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you live in New York with the Chinese restaurants.
You'll never have that with kosher restaurants.
Yeah, I don't even like chicken soup that much. I barely ever. I literally only ate it because she got it for me. I don't even like chicken soup.
Blasphemy! Blasphemy!
Sorry, I'm a beefy person.
I actually punched my leg when I said blasphemy, and it kind of hurts. I guess I am alive.
You're welcome.
Oh, good. I'm glad we've solved that mystery. Now we have to figure out who killed you.
Probably, the Mafia narrator. That guy has it in for me.
Yeah, that person.
Sure, that does make some sense.
Not the Mafia scumlord. No, they wouldn't do that.
No, because I tend to be the worst of them.
I'm referring to me here. Not you. Mitt Elf. Mitt Elf. I'm referring to Mitt Elf. Don't even try it. You know exactly what I mean.
He never
I
knows
was-
what anyone means.
No, I was
on account
waiting a
of
second to
never
see.
knowing anything.
I was waiting a second to see if you would catch on. Okay, it was dawning in the parlor with the candlesticks. I think it is just one thing that you can guess.
Candlesticks in the middle of nowhere.
You absolutely have candlesticks in the middle of nowhere.
I'm pretty sure
We
that's
don't.
I have like little custom shops where I live, so I probably could find candlesticks out here.
Well, I live in more middle of nowhere than you.
We don't know that.
Do you have traffic lights?
Do I have to? Depends on what point of.
Are there traffic lights in the town which you live?
Because I pass a lot of houses before I actually even get into actual buildings. So yes, I guess. Eventually.
We don't. No traffic lights out here. Not a one in this town.
How many people live there? 10?
800.
It might as well be 10.
Traffic lights in a town with 800.
We simply don't.
They have a
That
lot
sounds
of car
dangerous.
accidents.
Oh, I'm sure they do.
I haven't heard of any in town.
That's crazy.
You and Dawning have to have a middle of nowhere off. I mean, does your town have traffic lights, Joe? And or more or less than 800 people. I know when it comes to a middle of nowhere off, I know I lose. Because where I live is very much the middle of somewhere. Like, the suburb that I live in probably has more people in it than both Dawning's town and, like, the neighboring 5 towns.
Well, some of them have less than 100 people.
Do you two live in the same town?
No, he lives in Canada.
Yeah, Joe is a Canadian.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I did. Because I was complaining about the Canadian education system ending too late because it was like late June and he was still in school, and I'm like, that's bullshit.
If I ever encounter
In, like,
someone
September.
in the wild on the internet from the same town as me, I am killing them immediately.
That
What?
sounds dangerous.
Oh. Okay.
What? People from the same town as me, in the middle of freaking nowhere, do not belong in the same internet spaces as me.
That's
They simply
rude.
don't.
That's aggressive.
That's very aggressive.
To be fair, I don't think most of the people in this town like me anyway.
That's
Something
rude.
about
They've
the
never even met me.
lesbianism.
It's one of those towns.
Yeah, it's one of those towns.
Ugh.
Also, Joe, that is horrible. I feel very bad that it was that cold out. Like,
Oh my gosh.
that's miserable.
I hate
poor
when it's
thing.
that cold.
That is crazy. I didn't even know it could
Crazy.
get that. I didn't even know it could get that cold.
I mean, strictly speaking, it can get a lot colder than that. It just usually doesn't.
Yeah, that's. Oh my gosh. Like, I don't know if it gets that. I imagine it would get that cold somewhere like Alaska, but yeah, I guess Canada is connected. Alaska.
Cold here.
No, you Joe, I cannot imagine ever getting used to that kind of cold. Like, I've developed, I hate it, but I've developed a certain amount of tolerance for the cold here, where for some stupid reason I'll be out in my hoodie and just regular old pants in, like,
You sound like you're trying to freeze to death.
in like 20-degree weather, or sometimes even lower than that.
Why?
What do you mean,
What's
why?
wrong with you? What's
I'm
wrong
me.
with you?
I'm me. That's what's wrong with me. We already know this. Carry on. But in actuality, like, I hate driving in my bulky winter coats for 2 reasons. Number 1, they are extremely
You hate driving.
Well, other than the fact that I hate driving. Right? That's just, I hate driving, period. It doesn't matter what I am or am not wearing.
Have you tried driving without wearing?
I plead the fifth.
Maybe that... I was gonna say maybe that would solve your problem, but it sounds like you've tried it and it didn't work.
I plead the fifth. Regardless.
He's asking for whiskey. Mito, should we let him have whiskey?
No.
Okay. Well, no whiskey.
You wear clothes while I drive. It does tend to be preferred.
Oh, that's not an image I needed.
I've never not worn anything while driving. But I think I've driven in my pajamas at least once. At least once.
For what purpose? Where
I plead
were
the
you
fifth.
going? Were
You
you
mean
going
text
to
to
a
be
slumber party?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
I will.
Slumber parties aren't crimes.
I will say this also happens to be the day, the same day, or at least one of the ones that I remember where I did that. It happens to be the same day that my parents got home from the grocery store, saw my car parked on the back driveway, and cops walking across our front lawn with shotguns drawn.
What
I'm sorry. What?
happened?
And that's all I'm going to say on that subject.
That's concerning.
I'm picking your brain about that later.
I'm worried.
First of all, the two things were completely unrelated, probably. But I will say the first thought that went through my parents' minds was, what the hell did he do last night?
I'm picking your brain later.
It was not related to your wearing pajamas. Doesn't make it any less concerning. Do you realize that?
All right, fine. It had nothing to do with me whatsoever.
Okay.
Does that make it
I had a
sound better?
feeling. Yeah, I had a feeling
A
it was
little
like,
bit.
I've had a feeling. Because I've had that happen where SWAT showed up in my townhouse complex.
No, this was literally right on our front lawn. It's not a townhouse, it's not a nothing. Well, okay, it was a 2-flat.
I was outside with my dogs. It was like, it was a complex, but I was outside with my dogs, and the police officer was like, "Oh, you gotta go inside." Okay.
Fun.
And then I've heard from neighbors later that SWAT showed up for something craziness.
It had nothing to do with me. There was an armed robbery a couple of doors down, and shots were fired. While I was
Chicago.
sleeping. I had nothing to do
Yep.
with it. As far as I know.
I'm glad it was not your
Sure.
house that it happened.
Yeah. Anyway.
Dogs. Dogs. Coffee, door, walk.
New York accent at its finest.
Have you not heard my New York accent till today, Joe? I have a partial
That's
New York
New York.
accent. I have a partial New York accent. Yeah.
Mito is originally from New York. Yes, Dawning.
You didn't know this?
I knew that before you lived in northern middle of nowhere, you lived in Arizona.
Yeah, I've lived most of my life in Arizona, but technically my family's from New York. We moved to Arizona. I moved back to New York for like the end of my high school and early adult years, then went back to Arizona, then I came out here. Technically, I actually lived out in Missouri when I was a kid at one point for like 2 years too. So, I've really been between Arizona, Missouri, and New York throughout my life. But both my parents, as New Yorkers, had, especially my mom, have thick New York accents. So between living in New York and being around my mother my whole life, I've picked up a partial accent. It mostly comes out on the O sounds.
Missouri, Joe. It's a
Misery.
state. It's
I live in the middle. I live in a middle of nowhere place. Not as bad as Dawnings, apparently, though.
Mito, remember when you tried to suggest I go to like a Walgreens and I didn't know what that is?
See, not as bad as Dawnings, because you don't even know what Walgreens is, unless you guys have Dwayne Reed.
I learned it from, I think, you.
Can you at least walk to a store from your house?
Not a very good one, but we have a local grocery store, and I'm not walking out in that.
I wouldn't suggest...
I know, like, the town is actually like 20 minutes from my house or so, driving time.
I wouldn't suggest doing much walking outside for any of us right now, you included. In fact, you especially, Joe, with that negative 47 Fahrenheit temperature. That is... Just stay inside. Stay warm.
Yeah. Most of the time when we get that here, everything just shuts down.
I mean, it damned well should. Like,
speaking of, I have to go out soon to walk my dogs.
Fair enough.
No, don't freeze to death.
So, I was trying to get us through the part with her parents really quick.
Let's take care of... I mean, how much longer do you have?
I could probably make them wait like 10 more minutes or so. They're half asleep on my bed.
Through my fingers, I could hear
If
almost
they're asleep, then they're begging to be walked, and they're not pooping in the house.
Yeah, but I've already kind of... I usually walk them at like 9, so... I don't want to walk them too late, because coyotes out here and stuff.
Yeah, that's no good.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, well, let's get back on topic then. Mito, if you've got to head out, you've got to head out, but...
yeah, I just want to at least get through the part with her parents a little bit more. Because I was checking to see how much Selena dialogue there is. It sure is going to be a lot, unfortunately, but I at least want to get past her parents for you.
Fair enough. The bright streams of what seemed to be unusually powerful magic swirling around the room died down as Selena's parents both turned to discover my presence. Yeah, boy, they are very,
Astute?
Astute, yeah.
Who is this?
The chant had been interrupted just long enough for Selena to uncover her ears, now using her free hands to usher her parents out the door and back into the street. I would have just decked them both in the schnoz, but sure.
You both seriously have crossed the line with me.
And I think she'd get in trouble.
Probably, actually. You both seriously have crossed the line with me today. I am not coming back home anytime soon, and I will not have you using our magic like that on me ever again. Get out.
Our magic? The door slammed and the room was bathed in an eerie quiet. Well, it is eerie because we are now able to uncover our ears. I nervously...
Go ahead.
That was what?
That was bad. That one was just bad. Move on.
That was a good one! Dawning, tell her that was a good one. You finished your pudding?
It was mediocre.
Good night, Joe.
Good night, Joe.
Glad we could cheer you up.
Very glad to have cheered you up. Very glad you got to eat your pudding before your dad got there.
If you have any dogs, cuddle them.
Yeah, that sounds like decent advice.
I don't know. My dog isn't very cuddleable.
Well, you cuddle your cats.
Cuddle your cats if you have cats.
Cuddle your Von Karma pillow if you have a Von Karma pillow. Wait, I think I'm the only one who's got one of those.
Well, I guess you gotta go cuddle your Von Karma pillow.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Which I heard you got another pillow.
I might have, yes. Anyway,
Alright.
I
I am
nervously...
gonna go walk my dogs real quick, because I already checked ahead and there's just a lot of Selena lines, so temporarily leaving you on your own.
That's fine. Well, you're leaving me with Dawning, but...
You guys
That's
probably be
surely-
off topic within seconds anyways.
Yeah, no, surely just leaving me with Dawning won't lead to trouble.
Yeah. I'll get you guys out of it when I get back. I'll be back.
Very good.
Mito's gone. Time to commit arson.
Ah, my head's on fire again. Why?
I wasn't aiming for your head. I was trying to set a building on fire.
Was the building my head?
No. It was a bank.
My head is a bank?
No. I was trying to set a bank on fire, and somehow your head ended up getting caught in it.
Might have been because
I
I was
don't know
thinking
how
so
such a
hard.
thing occurs.
Joe, you don't need someone hitting you upside the head with a frying pan to go to sleep. I'm told fire extinguishers work much better.
They do.
I wouldn't know. I've never been hit with one. Ay. But seriously, why are you trying to commit arson? What have they done this time?
I just want to rob the bank.
Well, setting it on fire, you're just gonna burn all the cash.
No, because I already have the cash, and now I'm trying to create a distraction to get away.
You're just gonna burn all the cash.
I have the cash.
Obviously, it's not a lot if you have, like, the ability to set stuff on fire while you are carrying the cash.
Yeah, this is a pretty poor bank. I think they were going to go out of business anyway. So really, I'm doing them a favor by providing free demolition.
It's not free. You're taking all of their money. That is literally the opposite of free.
They're not paying me.
Okay, strictly speaking, true, but also you are still taking all of their money. Good night,
They're
Joe.
not paying me. That makes it free.
It absolutely does not.
Yes, it does.
Do you have more money now than before you burned the building?
What? No, I don't.
Because
Because
why?
before
You said
I
all
opened the building, I already had the money.
because
I
they
do things.
okay. They
I
gave
do
you
things in a.
you acquired the money from the building.
Yeah, but they didn't pay me.
Strictly speaking, fine, but you still got the money from the building, and then you burned the building. It is not free. They are still losing money and a building.
I don't know. It seems pretty free to me.
You're definitively wrong on this one.
If I rob you and then I do your taxes to distract you from the fact that I robbed you,
I would not trust you to do
I've
my
done your
taxes.
taxes for free and committed tax fraud on your behalf, saving you money.
I would not trust you to do my taxes. I trust my wife to do my taxes, though.
If I rob you and then I do your taxes, I have done your taxes for free and saved you money by committing tax fraud.
Uh-huh. I mean, to be fair, you've stolen how much wealth from me in the form of diamonds that you've just snacked on?
They're really, really tasty.
I know they are. I give you lots of them as a snack. You don't have to pick them out of my pocket.
But it's fun. Little goblins need to have fun.
There are other ways for little goblins to have fun, probably.
No, I can't think of any.
Really? Then why are you going to put on a play?
So I can rob the building.
And why do you want to rob the building?
To get money.
And why do you want to get money?
To eat it.
And why would you like to eat the money?
Because it tastes good.
And it tastes good because...
Because the taste is good.
That's circular logic.
It tastes good because because I think it does, and that is my preference.
So basically the entire reason you go put on plays and act and do any of that is so that you can have a snack.
Yeah.
That is an extraordinarily large amount of effort just to have a snack. Especially from someone who doesn't like leaving her little hole in the ground, but has to leave the hole in the ground to go act. I don't believe you.
Well, what else would I be asking for?
Fun.
That sounds wrong.
Then don't act anymore.
No, because I need to rob the building to get a snack.
There are much... You know what? I was going to say there are much easier ways for you to rob buildings without exerting so much effort, but I probably shouldn't say that. I'm pretty sure this stream is already rated Q. Wait, no.
You? Who invited him?
The bottom line is we're getting dangerously close to this stream being rated R.
For robbery?
No.
I don't know. I think the stream is rated R for robbery.
You would think that. Wouldn't you think that it's R for arson, though?
It can be both.
Arson doesn't start with R.
That too.
It's one of the... I was wondering if you were actually going to say that or if I was going to have to say that. Oh, well.
I considered it. I decided it's not a point Little Goblin needed to make.
Fair enough. Anyway, I nervously broke the silence. What just happened? That is a very, very good question. Selena slowly turned to face me, looking much more somber now than when I arrived. I mean, I'm not surprised, considering literally her parents showed up and tried to cast some kind of stupid magic on her. Probably to abductiminate her, or hypnotize her, or something.
Hypnotize her so they could abductiminate her?
Yes. This makes perfect sense. I think you deserve a bit more of an explanation of what's going on. She forced a smile back onto her face as she gently pulled me back over to sit with her on the couch. Man, these two really did get forget what the term Mido used, so I'm just going to continue using clam jam. These two really did get clam jammed in probably the worst possible way. Because they were just about to start a sexy food fight, and then her parents showed up and ruined everything. Dawning, were you disappointed when you got to this point in the story?
Maybe?
Only maybe. That's a yes. Alright. So now we're getting some backstory. Bit more of an explanation of what's going on. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yes. More than what I'm sure is written all over the tabloids. As in more of an explanation that was connected to her line that was before. Okay, that makes sense. I thought I was missing something for a second there, but no.
You're always missing something. Your aim isn't very good.
It isn't?
It's not.
Then why do I pretend to be an archer in Tears of the Kingdom?
To make a fool out of yourself.
More like I refuse to fight anything hand-to-hand because I'm a pacifist. What? You don't think I'm a pacifist?
Most pacifists wouldn't kill.
Well, it's not like I have a choice.
You always have the choice.
I'm not gonna let them kill
learn
me.
Energy bending.
I could learn what?
You could learn energy bending instead of killing.
You know, strictly speaking, I do have the Earthwake technique.
Congratulations, you mastered one of the 4 elements needed to get to energy bending.
Also have Tulin, who can blast air.
Yeah, but he's the one doing it, not you.
And Riju, who's got lightning.
Yeah, I guess Riju would be a firebender.
No. That's probably...
Yeah, that's because... No, in the Avatar universe, lightning bending is a thing firebenders can do.
It is the exact opposite.
No, it's literally a thing firebenders can do.
It is literally the exact opposite. You would be a lightning bender, or you should be a lightning bender that can bend fire. Because if you're talking about nature, right, what's one of the most common ways that you get fire in nature other than volcano erupting? Lightning striking tree.
Yes,
so lightning is what's actually natural. Fire is just a product of nature. It's not something that you find unless something else specifically creates it.
Right, but the classic 4 elements are fire, water, earth,
well,
and
that's
air.
Wrong.
Well, that's what they were running on, so they gave firebenders lightning.
It's wrong. Lightning is superior to fire.
Which is why only the best firebenders can do it.
You guys didn't burn everything down, did you?
Dawning tried to?
Yeah, I heard you set your hair on fire.
So it was you who set my hair on fire.
So they couldn't chase me down when I ran off with the money.
No, Mido says you set my hair on fire.
I heard that right before I left. Also, it is hilarious that Joe mentioned Gengar in the chat because I was out of place today and they had Gengar randomly written on a sign.
Gengar is one of the more commonly known Pokemon, I think.
I mean, it is a Gen 1 Pokemon.
I suppose that means it has been around for a while.
Yeah. It just wasn't the kind of place I expected to see it. Because this was just like a little coffee shop attached to a salon and just random. It was randomly on the board.
I suppose. We actually did get through a couple lines of dialogue. I'm now on the
Yeah,
I laughed softly.
Yeah, I saw.
We're good at this.
I am very good at everything I do.
Okay, let me redirect you back to... What is this weird trailer? Okay. Anyways, let me redirect you back to the game.
Okay. I laughed
what?
softly. You don't want to know what some of the fake news articles on Spirit Tome have been saying this past week. Spirit Tome.
I think that might be...
Facebook?
Facebook?
Yeah. Like magical Facebook.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the wine aunts and crazy old uncles are having quite a field day with them.
Selena snorted and rolled her eyes.
Can't be half as bad as what they wrote about me when I stopped officially being Nova.
Officially being Nova? I guess that means her previous career.
Yeah.
Her ironic smirk suddenly darkened as her expression grew more somber.
Sober. Does it say somber or sober on there?
Oh.
Oh.
It does say sober, but I wouldn't know the meaning of the word.
Drunk.
And yeah, she probably wasn't. Well, no, hold on. Sober fits because they had her stash earlier of drugs.
Yep. Wow. Yep, she's sober now.
Yep.
Anyways, that's actually partially what I wanted to talk with you about. In a bit more detail. Before we were interrupted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, stupid parents clam jamming us.
Yes. She sighed, hugging one of the pillows on her couch to her chest. Is it the Von Karma pillow?
Absolutely.
He doesn't have that.
You don't know
Why
that.
wouldn't they have that?
Actually, no, she probably wouldn't have that.
You know, I feel like I gotta remind me. I should totally send Katie a picture of what that looks like, just so she knows what we're talking about.
Well,
Unless I've shown her.
I mean, you realize I can do that, right?
I mean, you always show it on here so people know what Von Karma pillow we're talking about.
Yeah, Midori
keep bringing it up.
Midori and Ellison got me a present, and
for
this is
Hanukkah.
it. Yeah, for Hanukkah, and this is it. It's a Manfred Von Karma body pillow cover.
And also a pillow.
And the pillow, yes, because I did not actually have a body pillow prior to that. It's very funny. The reaction, my reaction to this gift, so I opened this on stream. You can find it in one of my Tears of the Kingdom streams.
Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom.
Well,
yeah.
Tears of the Kingdom. One of those Zelda games.
Yes. Tears of the Kingdom. So, yeah, no, that's what we're talking about.
That was Echoes of Wisdom.
Yes, oh my, that backside. So, okay, canonically, that's going to be the pillow that Selena is hugging.
I guess.
Sure, why the heck not? You don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to, Selena. I know this must bring back some painful memories. Considering what I had just witnessed in the doorway, I was sure whatever transpired in the past must have been quite a lot to go through.
No, it's fine, really. Maybe this sounds crazy, but...
While fidgeting with one of the tassels on her pillow, she looked up at me.
Your Von Karma pillow doesn't have tassels. I think we'll have to adjust
It's his hair.
a little.
She's playing with the hair.
Then why would Luna describe it as
Because it's a luxurious way of talking about his hair. It's made of tassels as a pillow. But obviously the hair is made of tassels. Simple as that.
And it
Anyway,
must be a different Von Karma pillow from the one you got at me.
close enough. It's close enough. I feel a special kind of connection with you, like I could tell you anything.
Huh. Very interesting. I felt my cheeks heat up a bit as I saw the genuine trust and vulnerability she was sharing with me.
Oh, so warm.
My mind briefly flashed back to the beautiful woman on the star card I had pulled that fateful night. I could have sworn there was an eerie resemblance to the woman right here in front of me now. I wouldn't know. I've never seen the star on a tarot card, but I'm sure that just like decks of cards, like standard decks of cards, the drawings on them might vary from brand to brand. I think I know what you mean. I gently put my hand on her knee. Oh, good. Dawning likes where this is going.
So do I.
I can't say I don't like where it's going, but let's actually keep going. Anyway, you can tell me anything. I'm here to listen. Selena smiled at me, covering my hand with hers.
Oh, I was hoping her hand would move upward. Thanks, Luna. I really mean that.
She huffed another sigh, gaining the confidence to begin her story.
I generally tried to keep most of my family life private when I was still Nova, the pop star. But I'm sure most people know at least a bit about my background.
Actually, I'll admit I didn't really hear about much about that back then.
Really? Wow, I'm almost shocked, if not a bit relieved. Maybe I should just keep my secrets and keep some of my mysterious charms,
That sounds reasonable. She giggled as I threw another skittle in her direction. Oh good, we're getting back to the sexy food fight. It took us long enough.
Heck yeah. Alright, I kid. No! Sure you noticed my parents' fancy outfits. Let's just say my family is regarded as a legacy family of the city.
You mean one of the families with special inherent magical abilities?
Yeah. My family specializes in...
Selena darts her eyes back down to her pillow.
charming magic.
As opposed to uncharming magic.
It's definitely a Von Karma pillow.
Yeah, because he's very charming.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
like that
The
loser.
backside.
Yeah, not like that loser lost his Edgeworth.
Don't be mean. We're nice on this channel.
Don't worry,
Since
Snowy
when?
made him redeem. Snowy made him redeem Sunday for Edgeworth earlier.
No, Snowy redeemed it. Snowy didn't make me redeem it. Nobody can make me redeem any of these rewards.
Sorry, yes, Snowy redeemed. Well, yeah, actually, we do have a way of making it.
Nobody can make me redeem any of these rewards. Not a single person can.
Little Goblin knows best, and the redhead one.
Nobody can make me do anything.
You have two rewards that can make you do anything.
Doing it.
You have two rewards that can make you do anything. Sorry.
Anyway, charming magic
Yeah.
as opposed to the uncharming magic.
So, I said charming magic.
Yep. I didn't know much about charms other than the few trinkets that were sold from the stalls of the night market. Also, Dawning didn't see what I did she?
No, I didn't. What did you do?
Nothing.
Oh.
He redeemed Little Goblin knows best.
Nope, nope, nope.
Oh.
I thought seeing it. I'm looking at it. I'm debating. What shall I inflict upon you?
If you make him lose his glasses, I'm stuck reading this on my own.
Or I could just lean in really close to my computer.
We were talking about Von Karma.
Oh no!
And
Yes.
And there is a relevant reward.
the curse me kilts rule. I already did curse me kilts tonight.
No, that's the Scottish one.
I know.
Then get purple munching.
Very well. I was unsure this kind of charm was I was sure that this kind of charm was a bit different.
Do you know how much about Tales of magic abilities? Oh gosh, I can't do a Von Karma voice.
You don't have to. It's only him.
I
She
know. I'm doing it
knows.
for kicks and giggles.
Yeah, no, she knows.
Yeah,
She-
we went over this earlier.
She did a Scottish accent while I was doing one earlier too.
Get more entertaining with him. Anyways, carry on.
Not really. I will admit that the only magic I am really familiar with is the magic from my cards. And even then, I am still learning. Yes, very much so during the serious scene. We always get exceptionally silly during serious scenes. Because
Yeah, what else would we do during a serious scene?
it is the most logical time to get as goofy as we possibly can.
Precisely.
Seriously, don't exist here.
Yeah, there is no such thing as being serious on this channel. I object to being serious. Objection!
Objection sustained.
Now, Farfel Muncher, read the actual script so we
Ah.
can get some deliciousness in here.
What
With that
deliciousness!
voice.
I
Read the
am very
script.
confused. I felt embarrassment wash over me. Here I was with a whole shop to my name, supposedly to provide magical services and wares to this city, but I knew next to nothing, I tell you, about how the magic world operated. As if I was saying my thoughts out loud, Selena rested her hand on my shoulder.
Hey, everything we do in life is new at first. That doesn't make anything less important. I don't know what that accent is.
That's almost more of a Scottish accent than your Scottish accent
I know.
earlier was.
I'm going Scottish.
Look,
You know there's something funny about There's something funny about two Jews trying to do German accents, though.
Yes, well. Admittedly, I've had difficulty switching between the Von Karma and Scotchgard accents, and if I try to do a Scotchgard accent after Von Karma, I can definitely hear the Von Karma bleeding into it. It is most objectionable! How was she so good at immediately making me feel so much more hopeful?
I can
You
tell you
object
more
to
than
feeling
that if you
hopeful?
want.
Sorry, what did you say, Dawning?
You object to feeling hopeful?
I never objected to feeling more hopeful. I was just asking how she could always make me feel more hopeful.
Why would you object to that quality?
I am not objecting to that.
He's not objecting to anything.
I am objecting to you putting words in my mouth. The only thing that
Oh,
goes into my mouth other than what I say is farful.
I'll put birds in your mouth instead of words. Is that better?
You will do no such thing.
Only kosher birds.
You will do no such thing.
Okay. We're not shoving anything in anyone's mouths.
But
Yet,
like,
I feel like that is potentially going to happen in this game.
Maybe.
There is a well-hung man, after all.
You know what?
And non-existent
Actually,
dirty
that might
joke count plus
happen.
1. Sorry, what?
That could. I won't be surprised if stuff does get shoved in mouths in his route.
Cookies.
Exactly.
Yes, cookies. That's
Oh.
what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Jesus
no, that's
Christ,
exactly what
we're
I was
off the
thinking of.
fucking walls
He's
tonight.
a divine.
we have walls to be off of?
I mean, for me, they're kind of fabric-y. They're supposed to be soundproofy fabric, but they're like within arm's reach on both sides.
We're not even halfway through this chapter.
Oh, good.
Night of this.
Well, let's keep going then.
Alright, hey, everything we do in life is new at first. That doesn't make it any less valuable or important.
We'd already been through that, but okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong line. I can tell you more about that if you want. I may not be an expert on all things magical, but I at least know how the basic structure of magic works.
I somewhat sheepishly nodded my head for her to continue.
So, I'm sure you saw all the cute little runes and potions they sell at the night market. Most of the magical objects they sell to people are forms of basic magic.
Okay.
Oh, oops. That stupid random header line. I thought something.
That's like the 5th time that's tricked you.
Basic magic doesn't really tax a person's body to use, unless it's an especially potent potion or a more powerful talisman.
What if it's a potent
But the
potable?
more Ask Selena. Wait, I'm Selena.
Yeah.
We're not talking about those right now, okay?
Fine.
But the more powerful the magic is, the more taxing it can be on a person's body, especially when someone tries to use skilled magic. Skilled magic is much more powerful magic to use than basic magic is. The average person can't use it without some serious side effects. Unless that person comes from a family with an
affinity for
that.
magic? So they've got a magical tuchus.
A family with an affinity to that magic.
Fine,
What?
okay. I was beginning to see what Selena was getting at now.
My family is a long line of skilled magic users who use charming magic to their advantage.
My eyes widened. So, how does your charming magic work exactly?
What? You mean you couldn't tell by how ridiculously charming I already am?
You know, it makes sense. She winked and wiggled her eyebrows at me. Yes. Yes, very good. You know, I've still got a whole bowl of Skittles I can toss at you. Rolling her eyes. Look, that was a good pun. I appreciate it. Luna, shush. Selena burst out laughing.
Alright, I'll keep going. We essentially have the ability to charm people to do what we want.
That sounds very sus. Like that is some Purple Man from Marvel Comics kind of shit, and I don't like it.
At worst, it definitely can be.
She stole a glance at the doorway, as opposed to stealing the doorway.
I'm sure you already. I did the stupid header. Gotta fix that. I'm sure you already realized what my lovely parents tried to do earlier. That was them trying to charm me.
And kidnap you. That was horrible. I can't believe they talked to you like that.
We don't have the warmest kind of relationship at the moment. Really?
Oh, shit, Sherlock.
Didn't notice.
My curiosity was eating away at me. I really wanted to know what would cause a relationship to become that strained. But I tried to bite my tongue. Because I feel like I feel like she was thinking about eating something else, so she had to bite her tongue. Well, dirty joke counter +1 again.
I realize you and me are both. The two of us are just so naturally sarcastic.
We really are. There's a reason we became friends.
I just realized with that yeah, we don't have the kinds. Yeah, we noticed Selena. That natural sarcasm.
Yeah.
This is why my mom gets mad at me all the time.
Oh no, sarcasm runs in my family.
Oh, it comes from my father's side, I think. I don't know. I pick on my mom when she says stuff like dungarees. Not even kidding. She said it the other day. She calls jeans dungaree.
Oh, good lord. I don't think I've heard that term in, like, ages. Dawning, have you ever heard of that term before?
Did we lose Dawning?
I think we did, because Dawning is...
My mic was muted.
I see.
Have you heard the term dungarees?
No, Emmy's just old. So is Mito's mom.
I know
But
the term!
Yeah, you know it because you're constantly around your old mom.
My ain't that old. Only like early 50s.
I'm calling her old so I don't have to call you old, Mito.
I'm just like, insulted
what,
one way or another.
3 years younger than me? I'm like, what? What am I? I'm 3 years younger than you. Yeah, 3 years, because I don't think your birthday's happened yet, so.
It has not, no.
So, yeah, so I'm 3 years younger than you then.
Yes.
No, because he's turning 89 this year.
I guess I'm 86 then. I guess that makes Ellie like 90. That makes Ellie 93. That's crazy. No, 92. Because if you're, I don't know. I can't do math.
I can, but
you
my head
you
doesn't
and
work.
Ellie are just in your 30s.
So am I!
That doesn't sound true.
Anyway, our charming magic doesn't have to be used to force people to do things. You can use it for more simple charms, like making someone feel a bit happier.
Ah, so this is how she... Sorry, what?
Go ahead.
This is how she makes
kinky,
people... That's what I figured you said. This is how she makes people feel better at her concerts, and how her words literally help heal people. Sort of.
No, that's not where my mind went.
I kinda figured. I thought back to what Selena had said about her magic the day we reconnected at the coffee shop. Well, by reconnected you mean smacked into each other, and not in the fun way.
Honestly, singing feels like one of the closest things to magic we have access to. Singing and reaching people's hearts with my words is almost like casting charms.
In point of fact, that is exactly what she is doing, so almost, no, it is casting charms. So...
She did this funny thing called lying.
It happens. I wouldn't know anything about it, but I know Dawning would know everything about it.
Yeah, we have a class on it in Goblin School.
Yeah, sure. along with goblinating 1 through goblinating 10. What level goblinating are you at right now?
37.
I'm pretty sure that doesn't exist.
It's the level the teachers for goblinating are at. Not that I teach goblinating, but I'm equal in level to them.
Uh-huh. You haven't caused any major mischief lately, so you'll pardon me if I doubt that. There will not be another stream on this channel next Monday, no. One way or another, there won't be.
Oh, not next. Oh, the Monday.
Yeah,
Because I forgot the charity event.
correct. So, that's what you meant that day. You really do cast charms with your music. Selena laughed a bit nervously.
Well, yeah, I do, but only little charms to make people's days just a bit more bright and cheerful.
So strictly speaking, what she was technically doing is she is drugging Luna. Sort of.
Yeah. One could argue.
How does that work?
I don't know. I mean, it looks like she's about to. Oh, never mind.
That was actually my line.
That was actually a line. Yeah.
I know, it's surprising.
I weave my charm spell incantation into my songs. Just minor spells, though. The bigger charming spells take a lot of chanting, and they usually need more than one person chanting the spell to really be effective.
Makes sense why they were both trying to be charming individuals. They are literally the opposite of charming, though. Her parents.
Oh, yeah. They're horrible people. Let's burn them.
I think burning witches has concerning cultural implications.
We're not burning them for being witches, though. We're burning them for being bitches. In the negative sense of the word.
Yeah. And, I mean, everyone in this world is a witch, so... I'm sorry, they're not in the minority there.
Yes. You would burn people for not being witches in this universe.
Exactly.
What? You have no magic talent whatsoever? You must be a witch. Burn you. Burn you.
Oh, wait, I think that's the plot of Mashal, actually.
Yeah. Well, roughly.
I don't know what that
I
is.
know a little bit of it.
It's anime manga series. The main character lives in a world where everyone has magic. He doesn't have magic, so he does everything with muscles. Literally.
Sounds about right.
He fakes magic by being super strong.
Yeah, it's actually really funny.
Huh.
Ellie and I have been watching it. Anyways, carry on.
Katie says that there's lots of people who don't use magic.
Don't use, but that's different from don't have.
Perhaps so. Because you know what? You may be right. Because it doesn't strike me like Luna had any magic whatsoever before she happened to come into this part of town.
Yeah, no. So Luna has
now
not
she's doing
used
stuff.
magic, but she has magic. So it's Luna has not used magic until like the night she goes to the night market and takes over the shop. Then she starts using magic.
I guess? I don't know.
No, we're talking about not using magic versus not having it. Everyone has magic, but they don't use it, which means it's not trained up, right?
Your world, not mine. Anyway, before I could ask her any more questions, she abruptly rose up from the couch, facing away from me.
Oh, sorry. Let me get back to the script. Anyway, all of that to say, I didn't really want to be associated with the kind of magic my family was using anymore, so I left home. And I moved to this cute little paradise.
She spread her arms wide and furled around gracefully in a dramatic gesture.
Isn't it just the most adorable space you've ever seen?
I don't know. Considering your parents were knocking on the door earlier, I don't think there is a doorbell. Oh, adorable, not a doorbell. Yes, that makes sense.
I don't know. Maybe the doorbell is just broken, or her parents just didn't look for one.
Well, Luna knocked too, if memory serves. But yeah, no, I get the analogy, Katie. Like, technically everybody could be athletic if they tried, but some people have better genes for it, and others are just lazy asses like me. Anyway, I had to admit I was so nervous to be at a cute girl's place for the first time, and so worried about Selena that I hadn't even really looked at my surroundings. But now that I was paying more attention... It's funny because literally the first thing I did when I came in here was start looking at the surroundings.
You and Luna are not on the same page.
I feel like we're not most of the time, but sure. But now that
I feel like you're more on page with Selena.
It's possible. But now that I was paying more attention, it was a really cute space. Though I will admit I have zero musical talent whatsoever. Right? Like I've said, the only creative thing that I can do is write, and I'm not even that great at that. Anyway, I recognized some of the pattern rugs scattered on the floor from the makeshift stage Selena was performing on the night we met. There were several strings of twinkling lights strung across the ceiling, giving the room a cozy glow. There were stacks and stacks of notebooks, CDs, records, and music sheets scattered all over the room, but I could tell that beneath the clutter was a finely tuned organizational system. Everything was in its proper space. Ah, but we're not talking about... What?
Space? Space, you say?
Yes?
I'm sensing a theme here.
Oh. Well, yeah. That has kind of been a thing for this entire story arc. Anyway.
They are putting into it with even the most basic of wording.
That they are,
or
yes.
Or it's a coincidence. But I think the most basic of wording thing seems more likely.
Sure, exactly. Anyways.
I do notice that we don't see any...
Conspiracy.
We don't see any of Selena's erotica hanging around. So she might have hidden it. Anyway, I refocused my...
She doesn't want Luna to know what she's into yet.
I suppose that's fair. I refocused my gaze back to Selena, a beaming glow of pride on her face as she turned to meet mine.
And I built this all from scratch, for myself, by myself. I've fought hard to get where I am today, and I won't let my family diminish that.
The twinkling in her eyes seemed to glow even more fiercely. I was finding it very difficult to tear my eyes away from her. Her determination was enchanting. Now that's definitively a pun.
No shit.
Fair enough. She reached her hand out for mine, distracting me from my thoughts, and she pulled me to stand up, facing her, her hand still holding on to mine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trouble.
I guess I invited you over here today because I needed a reminder to keep on going. I'll admit it. The past few incidents at my concerts have been putting me on edge. They're starting to not feel very random or accidental anymore.
It's her parents. I know it's her parents. They're guilty. Guilty, I say. Guilty! Guilty!
All conspiracy.
What? Tell her freaking story, man!
Alright, fine.
Jeez. And I don't know, I guess last weekend pushed me over the edge a bit. I was really in a funk this past week.
Makes sense. She sighed softly, squeezing my hand.
generally pretty good at shaking things off and believing in myself, believing in my abilities. But this time, I just really felt like the cards were stacked against me.
Well, you should have gotten me to read for you because I'm the one who literally has the cards.
You see, she did get you to read for her.
Well, yes, back at the performance, but okay. Yeah, no. This is getting explained. Good. Okay, I will zip my lip. We will continue.
And that's when I remembered you. You and your cards gave me the reassurance I needed before my concert that day, and something about you just makes me want to keep on fighting.
I was sure my cheeks were looking as red as hers right now. Oh, is she blushing? I can't tell. Hang on. Yeah, maybe she is a bit. Sorry, it's difficult.
It just doesn't show up as much on her sprite.
Yeah.
It's difficult to tell also because I've got my screen at a weird angle.
Why would you do such a thing?
Because I'm stuck in a booth and my computer is not in said booth.
Fill the booth.
I will probably be returning it, yes.
But
That's
it is
not
also
killing it.
It is also a hard color to see on her.
Slightly.
It is hard to see on her. Yeah.
Now that I know that it's there, I can definitively see it.
Oh yeah, I did have to make my screen bigger for a moment because it's hard to see when it's really tiny, but now that I know it's there, yeah, I can see it.
Yes, well, that's really sweet of you to say.
That's
really sweet of you to say, Selena.
Luna or Lilia.
No, it's very easy to see on Lilia. And I feel the same way. Something about being around you gives me more confidence in myself. Your smile's pretty contagious, you know.
Well, your smile's pretty nice.
Oh no, you're thick.
What?
Contagious? It seems like people are getting sick.
Well, yeah, Manaron. We knew about
no,
this.
that's Lilia's route. We're on Selena's.
Besides, Manaron's not contagious.
You don't know that.
Lilia said it's not. I trust her knowledge.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Whatever. Anyways, well, your smile's pretty nice to look at too. I wouldn't mind seeing a lot more of it.
She giggled softly as she let go of my hand.
Now that we've gotten all sappy, how would you like an official tour of my studio? Oh yes, the bedroom.
Sappy. I suppose some people might use syrup, yes.
That's a kink.
It is.
Anyways, carry on.
Selena proceeded to show me around the rest of her abode. She was right. It was a pretty impressive place, complete with a full makeshift recording studio and living space.
It may not be as fancy as the family manor, but it does nicely.
The family doesn't have any manners anyway.
They really don't.
And frankly, my bed here is much comfier anyway.
Is that an invitation?
Zeus and Luna.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an invitation. Should we go for it? We should probably go for it.
Let's do it. Let's go.
It really is a nice space. You're giving me ideas on how to decorate my own place. Or move in here.
Yeah, there you go.
Selena suddenly stopped, jumping up in surprise.
Oh. Anyways. Hey, wait. Did you bring your cards with you?
No. My hand slid down to my hand slid down my pants into my pocket where my cards were nestled. Oh, yeah, I did bring them. It's become a bit of a habit to bring them with me to places. They're strangely comforting, and I find that I don't forget them, but somehow I forget my cell phone. Even though I've had my cell phone for much longer than I've had this deck of cards.
Cards are more special.
Everyone forgets their cell phone sometimes.
Where's mine? Oh, right, mine is upstairs. She spun around and gave me the biggest, cutest puppy eyes I'd ever seen.
Ooh, would you please, please, please give me another one of your readings?
I don't know, even though the last one I gave was technically the most positive outcome. It led to a week of you being traumatized.
I don't think the reading had anything to do with the light falling.
Yeah, I don't think I so either.
Probably, and in fact, it actually gave her some inspiration afterwards, so you know what? I could not say no to that face. It was too adorable. Alright, sure. What do you want the reading to be for? Oh dear. I caught a quick glint of mischief in Selena's eyes.
How about a reading to tell us how we should spend the rest of the day together?
I'd like to introduce you to a card for that. It's called The Lovers.
I don't think we need a deck of cards for that. I can tell you how we should spend the rest of the day together without needing a silly deck of cards. Or any and all of the pentacles or tentacles in it. Oh.
Unless you don't want to.
Oh no, that's not it. I leaned my head in, lowering my voice to a whisper. Aha! See? I was right. But do we really need a reading to decide that?
Oh, come on, Luna. Don't ruin the fun. Isn't it more fun to let the cards decide?
No?
Only if they decide right.
Oh god, this is where the decision comes in, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's about to come up.
She grabbed both of my hands, swinging them back and forth playfully, and giggled. Alright, I yield. We both giggled as we sat down on the floor together. I pulled my deck of cards out from my pocket, spreading 3 cards out in a row in front of me. I bet some self-care would feel nice. Let's just rest for today. I'm still curious about her music. Okay, I'm guessing curious about her music is the bad choice.
I'm sorry, did you say best or bad?
Bad. Because
you think being curious about her, why do you think that one's the bad choice?
She's already opened up about that about as much as I can expect from her. And she's kind of deliberately trying to get us off that topic now into something else.
Do you want me to tell you if that's a bad choice or not?
Again, I kind of feel like I want to do this without spoilers. I was able to figure out the first decision in this pretty easily. I mean, music and her past are 2 separate things. I suppose that's true. Okay, so maybe just resting. So just resting sounds boring. So, okay.
I mean, you have a best choice, a good choice, and a bad choice.
Yes,
so.
I remember. So just resting seems boring. I could always save scum. That just sounds scummy.
I mean, that's what I did on this decision. I
save scum?
The first time.
Not honestly, that is the most Atome player thing to do ever is save scum. I do it all the time. That's what we quick save the heck, especially trying to figure out which choice is right. So that's completely
if
valid.
I knew that was an appropriate strategy, I would have done that back with Lilia.
Well, Lily only had one choice anyways, so you can always just do the right choice when you have to, when the full game's out, you actually have to
on a
probably
repeat.
replay through.
Fair enough.
Okay. So, you've made your choice.
I have not. I keep getting interrupted in my thought process.
You have a thought process?
Yes, it's called
Apparently
my head
it's easily
catching.
interrupted one.
He's thinking, I'm out of fire extinguishers.
I don't know. Again, let's just rest for today sounds boring. So it's probably not the right choice. I guess she kinda does like talking about her music. Maybe? I'm tempted to do the self-care, though, because I'm curious as to where that would go.
I would do whatever you want to see the most, because again, you can just when the actual full game comes out, redo it too, for whatever the best choice could be.
So obviously self-care is not the best choice. I see.
I didn't say that. I just said do what you want to do, whether it's the best choice or not. If it's not, you can always redo it later. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying what the best choice is. I'm not saying what the good choice is or what's the bad choice. I'm just saying do whichever one you think would be the most interesting to view. Just
I know
in general.
what the good choice is.
Well,
Murder
yeah,
her parents.
That's not listed in the cards.
I
Also,
don't think that's actually a good choice.
I was gonna say that's the they end up in prison choice, and
Yeah.
not as cellmates. So they probably
They
end up
can
getting
get
screwed
away
by
with
someone
that.
else.
But just do whatever you're most curious to view, is what I would say.
Should I ask the little goblin for her opinion?
I've done this. I've refused to spoil.
That's not a good opinion.
I mean, yeah, you also have to remember, regardless of what choice you choose, the game doesn't actually tell you if it was a good choice or not. And all that is just hidden.
I know that.
So you have to
Have to
judge.
get
I
help
mean,
from responses.
yeah. Oh yeah, depending on the response. Yeah. Even then, sometimes it's hard. He's gonna kill me when he plays Kaiser up. My
He's
choice
going
is
to
my.
kill you? I thought Kai was going to kill him.
What?
I don't trust Kai at all.
Kai's a good boy, but there is one of my choices that I put that route is just like I don't know how obvious it will be what the best choice is.
Alright, so I legitimately do think self-care probably is the best choice. I think asking her about her music is the neutral choice, and I think just resting is the bad choice. I'm terrible at making decisions.
Again, just do what you want to view. I wouldn't worry about what's the best choice and whatnot right now. Because when the full game comes out, you're gonna want to play through a whole route before you actually, and then restart whatever. Either play fully through Lily's route, then restart Selena's route, or play fully through Selena's route, then restart Lily's route, and then once you play both routes, you get Kai's route, and then lastly the Hung Man.
I'm so confused. Now I don't know what I think.
Like I said, choose the choice you want to see.
I don't
Choose
know
what
how
you
much of
want
a
to
difference
see
it's
right
actually going to make. Like, are they actually going to do what I recommend?
Yes, they will.
Okay, so what...
They will.
Okay, the important question. What does, quote, self-care entail?
Unfortunately, not them tangling in the bed.
Well, I figured self-care, I would assume, is more of a euphemism for... Actually, no, that's probably the bad choice, then, if it's a euphemism for that.
Wait, what? What? Euphemism for what? What do you think it's a euphemism for?
If it's not them tangling in the bed together, and it's self-care... Do I really have to spell it out for you?
I got it.
Of course. So, okay, it does actually matter.
That's... Yeah, no,
That's probably not what it means, though.
No, that is definitely... Wow, your mind went way dirty. Oh, wow.
So this
choice.
This one actually matters. I don't want to make a choice.
I'm about to make a choice for you.
Okay.
Just click on the frickin' self-care. Or just click on the frickin' self-care. Because apparently you don't know what self-care entails. So click on the self-care so you know what the heck self-care entails.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm incapable of taking care of myself.
Then click on learning more about her music.
Uh-oh.
Because resting sounds freaking boring.
Are you saying no to that particular choice? Or are you saying no to her making the decision for me?
What? I just think resting sounds boring generally in any game.
Resting is the bad choice. I'm almost positive about that.
Yeah, any Atomic game.
Snuggling up with the pretty lady.
And just any Atomic game, choosing not to do something, like choosing not to go in the hot spring, you're missing out on sexy guy scenes. Or girl scenes in this case.
Yeah, I mean, again, just resting means that we just rest. Self-care doesn't mean that we don't rest after the self-care. So you know what? Fuck it. I'm going the self-care route.
Wait, what are we saying no to?
I don't know what I'm saying. Like,
no, Katie's telling me no. What am I saying? I'm just being brutally honest. Anytime I see resting in a Atome game, that's the one option I will avoid, because 90% of the time you don't get anything special from it. I've also been playing Jack John where there's a scene where I have to choose if I'm going in a hot spring or not. I go in the hot spring, I get a nice CG of me in the hot spring with the man.
And it was worth it even if it was the bad choice, just for that.
Oh, it would have been, yeah, but no, I'm collecting CGs right now. I just realized how wrong that is because they're teenagers. Mother trucker.
Alright.
Yeah.
So Katie did make a point about how her music and her past are two separate things. I feel like Katie is pointing me away from the self-care route. I still think let's just rest for today is a bad idea. So I'm going with the one that I originally thought was bad, and I'm just gonna say that I'm still curious about her music. Alright, how badly did I fuck up?
You did not F up.
Which one was
when it comes to actual game, I think what's the point? I think you have to do 2 best choices and you can do 1 good choice. So you would at this point at least be fine.
I mean, this is 2 best choices in a row. So okay.
Yeah, if you have 2 best choices, as long as you don't do a bad choice, you would be good to get her good end.
Huzzah.
Basically, you just don't want to. So yeah, basically,
don't make them hate you and you win.
Which one was the bad choice?
The resting.
I'm almost sure of
It's
it.
resting. Like I said,
Okay,
anytime
the
you see
resting was
resting
the
in a
bad
tome,
choice.
it is bad. Like
tried
90% of the
resting.
time.
She reacted very badly. I scrolled back. I did self-care.
Okay.
Alright.
Nervously, I flipped over the last card in the spread to reveal the Eight of Pentacles.
Ooh.
Again, with the pentacles.
Kinky. That seems like an interesting card you pulled. So what does the universe have in store for the day? Have in store for the day for us? That one reads a little awkwardly. But I give up.
I couldn't help letting a giggle escape as I watched Selena practically wriggling around in excitement. Like the pentacles. Well, I've gotten a good look at your place now and how cute it is, but I was kinda hoping you'd show me more of your musical prowess up close. Selena's eyes widened, almost like I had just handed her a big plate of her favorite food. Aha! Huzzah! That's true.
Really?
That is true. She is very passionate about her music.
I mean, even though she lost her previous position, she did choose to become a musician still. She could have walked away from it.
True. No, she is
so I think
very
that
passionate.
right there is that's a big clue. Yes, she's choosing music. It's not like she was forced into it. At least that's
at this
point.
point. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Really? You want a tour of my music collection?
She jumped up off the floor, extending her hand to help me up too.
Well, I thought you'd ask. Let me show you around my musical treasure trove. Gizmos and gadgets aplenty.
No, that's a different collection.
Who's this and what's its galore?
That's also a different collection. It's the same collection. And it's all upstairs in a box, mysteriously labeled either miscellaneous or kitchen, that somehow ended up in her bedroom.
Anyway.
She brought me over to a bookcase that was filled with several notebooks, along with some books of sheet music. Not bed sheet music. Dawning, don't start thinking that.
I'm thinking that.
Well, fine.
I've kept
What are you going to stop me?
No. I put the thought in your head to begin with, so...
I can't blame Dawning for thinking that, honestly.
Nope.
Selena's just so charming.
Carry on.
Anyways. I know it was bad. I've kept pretty much every single notebook of lyrics I've written ever since I can remember to write. These are practically my babies.
She laughed and ran her finger affectionately along the rows of spines before finding a particular choice to pull off the shelf.
This one here was Old Faithful back in my middle school days. I'm sure this one is loaded with angsty, embarrassing verses about some silly childhood crushes of mine.
And that's the one that she chose to share? Okay. Oh, angsty little Selena. Now that's something I would have liked to see. We both laughed as she put the notebook back in its place on the shelf.
Oh, come over here. Let me show you my guitar pick collection. I want to read some of those songs, man.
Yes, well, she pulled a colorful, sparkly silver box off of one of her shelves. She opened it up to reveal a velvet-lined case filled with guitar picks of all colors, materials, and even some that were unique shapes and sizes. You've collected...
Are you sure those are all guitar picks?
What else would they be?
Something that belongs in her miscellaneous box that has mysteriously ended up in the box. A guitar pick collection. Or the kitchen box, perhaps.
Guitar picks come in different shapes and sizes.
I don't know. I've never played the guitar.
Let's see. You have some unique shaped guitar picks.
I'm sure you would. Like, I'm sure somebody, especially if she was a big star at one point in time, I'm sure somebody would give her or would make her a custom guitar pick.
Yeah, there's plenty of different. Yeah.
That's not to say
Plenty
that your
of unique
theory is
guitar picks.
potentially wrong, Dawning, but I'm going to go with Occam's razor here and suggest that it actually is as the story says.
Yeah, I think it is this time.
It probably is. You've detected...
Yeah, I know.
But
it was easy enough for me to get a go there, so I did.
fair enough. You know what would also be easy to go? If I called it guitar prick instead of guitar pick. Anyway, you've collected this many guitar picks?
Well, honestly, it's more like I misplace a guitar pick. Forget this. Then I realize I need a guitar pick. I go buy a new one. Then misplace that one. Then find the old one.
That actually sounds about right. I think
That
you
sounds so
might have a bit of a problem. I mean, guitar picks are small. That much I know.
I know. I agree. Yeah.
They come in different shapes and sizes.
Yes, but it would have to still be small enough to actually work with a guitar. You don't want it to be too big.
Exactly. Hey
Anyway.
now, at least it's given me an endless supply of multicolored picks to suit any mood or occasion.
Like Moe's carrots. She took out a clear iridescent pick with a starry pattern from the box.
For example, this one's a special pick. I saved for days. I could really use a cup of coffee, but I haven't had time to make it to the coffee shop to grab some.
She dropped the pick back into the box and picked up a jet black pick.
And this pick is the subtly single to Ozzy that I don't want to do any autographs after my concert. He's definitely Ozzy Osbourne.
Could be. The Prince of Darkness, yes.
Yeah.
She giggled and grabbed yet another pick, this time a pastel pink and blue... Ombre? Color with glitter.
Yeah. And this one is a pick I give to Q. The pick kinda reminds me of.
Huh. Really? I can have this?
Yeah, of course. The color reminds me a lot of your pretty eyes.
She put the pick into my hand without letting me protest.
It even sparkles like them too. It was totally made for you. And now you'll have a little reminder of me to keep with you.
Uh-huh. She gave me one last playful wink as she closed the little box and set it back on the shelf. As I shyly averted my gaze, my eyes wandered to Selena's purple star-shaped guitar. That's not purple, nor is it star-shaped. That's pink, and it's normal guitar-shaped.
Yeah, that's her.
It's hidden behind her.
Her electric guitar is different.
It's hidden behind her.
Oh.
Are you curious about Goldie?
Goldie? Who?
Yeah, good old trusty Goldie, my beloved. Wait, isn't it the monster in the lake in Ace Attorney?
Gordy.
Oh, never mind.
Close.
It's been a while, okay?
She laughed, seeing the confused expression on my face, and walked over to her guitar, slinging the strap around her shoulder. And she might be slinging a different strap around her later on.
Ooh.
Nothing.
Oh my god.
Nothing. It's easy!
Oh.
Like, it's right there!
I call my guitar Goldie. She's my gold star of fortune. You could say I've had her forever. Oh. Katie, this route's too dirty. We have issues.
I think it might just be us. Anyway, she was right. Every image I'd seen of the famous pop star Nova wasn't complete without her unique star-shaped guitar in her hands. It was practically as iconic as Nova was. Ah, yes, Goldie really is a cool guitar. Selena beamed as she walked back over to me.
You want to take her for a spin? Rather take Selena for a spin.
Yes. You don't mean to play, right?
Of course I do. You want to try it out? Have you ever played a guitar before?
Nope. She skillfully took
jokes to make right now.
What?
No, I just said there's so many jokes to make right now. Go ahead.
Yes, well. She skillfully took the strap off from around her shoulders, holding out the instrument to me. No way. I've never played, and I definitely don't want to embarrass myself in front of two legends.
Well, you'll be doing it holding one legend, and you can improve this situation in front of by holding a second legend, though that might make playing guitar harder.
Yeah, I don't think you can play guitar while you're holding a person.
You could have the person hold you.
There you go. Oh, ow. Exactly what's gonna happen. I'm calling it now.
Okay.
Realize. Come on. Don't think about yourself like that. Remember what I told you earlier? Everything we do in life is new at first.
Well, okay, I am really curious, but I definitely have no idea how to play at all.
Well, good thing I'm here to help you.
She laughed softly as she handed me the guitar. I tried to mimic the way she had secured the strap around her shoulders, holding my hands to on the instrument where I thought I remembered hers had been. Selena nodded her head with proud emphasis, giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up of approval.
Hey, all right, look at you. Goldie and you look super fine together. Can I help you strum chords?
I think you called it correctly. I nodded, feeling a little bashful at all of her compliments.
I'm gonna disappear. I have someone trying to call me, so.
But wait, I finally found the line. Midori, I finally found the line.
You found it?
Yeah, this is the one that's been giving you problems this whole night. That's been at the top of every sheet.
What? Where?
I nodded, feeling a little bashful at all of her compliments.
Oh, that's the line.
Yes.
But anyways, I gotta poof because...
Yeah, go ahead.
I have someone that's calling me, so...
Alright. Selena made her way to position herself behind me. I knew it! Actually, I didn't know it. I think Dawning and Midori called it, but yes, this actually makes sense. Her head peeking over my shoulder, and her hands guiding mine onto the frets and strings in a more finely tuned positions. I could feel the soft tickle of her breath on my shoulder, and I seriously hoped she couldn't hear my heart pounding with how close we were to each other. I could smell her sweet perfume as she skillfully whisked her arms into position to guide my hands to different positions on the frets. If I was forced to take some kind of surprise pop quiz on anything I had learned in that impromptu guitar lesson, I would definitely have flunked it. Dawning, I feel like you would have also.
I would have.
Why?
No particular reason.
No, elaborate.
No.
Fine. All that was occupying my thoughts right now was how her giggling and whispers of encouragement sounded so much more melodic than any of the chords either of us could possibly play. The hours passed us by without us really noticing until the only light in the room was coming from the string lights hanging over us. So I'm guessing this is where we go back to the main story. And so I'm guessing that whatever scene we just had was dependent on the choice we made, and now this is where we go back to all three paths reconverge. Selena pulled out her phone, checking her screen. Oh wow, has it already gotten that late? I checked the time on my own phone because apparently nobody has ever heard of clocks or watches. This was definitely later than the time I had anticipated to be here. I hoped I hadn't overstayed my welcome. I nervously turned to look at Selena. I guess we both lost track of the time, huh? Alright, before you even say it, because I can see it all over your face, you did not overstay your welcome, my dear. Damn it! How does she do that? I'll say it again.
Luna is just that readable.
Yes, even I can read her. Literally.
You can read?
What do you think I've been doing when I haven't been getting distracted?
You've been just saying words
Oh,
and
that's
making
fair.
shit up.
That's fair, I
As
do
you
that.
do.
Anyway, I'll say it again. I was really happy you came to visit me today. I couldn't detect any sense of false politeness in the warm smile she gave me. And... oh, she's blushing again. Was that nervousness on her face? I know your part of town is a bit far from here, and it's already dark out. Would you maybe like to spend the night here? Wow, Luna's spending nights at all kinds of ladies' houses. Good for her. A long moment of silence ensued as I felt my cheeks getting hot. Are you sure? Well, honestly, maybe it was too dark in the room to tell for sure. I thought I saw some red in her cheeks. Yes, no, you definitely do. I'd really like it if you did. But seriously, no pressure either way. I could even call Ozzy to see if he could escort you back home. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I took a deep, steadying breath. I'd actually love to stay here with you, as long as you're sure that's okay. She squealed and ran over to me, swinging my hands back and forth like she'd done earlier today. Of course it's okay. I'm so happy to have you here. She bustled around the room, lightly tidying things up and putting our leftover snacks back in her kitchen. It's been a long time since I've had a sleepover. This is going to be so much fun. Yes, it's an adult sleepover now, and Dawning knows exactly what that means.
Of course I do.
Oh my gosh, we should totally watch a movie together. That feels like an essential part of any sleepover. I nodded in approval. The question is, what movie should we watch? Dawning, suggestions?
Well, perhaps you should find something to do while you decide.
Oh, I was thinking you might have some suggestions about the movie itself.
Oh, it'll take them forever to decide.
I see. What kinds of movies do you like, Selena? Honestly, I'm a bit of a crybaby with sad stuff, so I mostly try to stick to the happier movies. I like rom-coms a lot, but I also love a good underdog story. How about you? I thought for a second. Ah! My head's on fire! Why is my head on fire?
Because you've made a fatal mistake.
Oh, right, I was thinking again.
Yeah. You were thinking again.
It's not my fault. The script told me to think.
Maybe don't listen to the script.
Oh, fair enough. I really like underdog stories too, even the really cheesy ones. Something about them just makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Have you ever watched A Star is Torn? That movie is one of my all-time favorites. Oh my gosh, that was such a great movie! It makes me cry every time, though. We fired back and forth with movie after movie we enjoyed, giggling and squealing as we remembered all of our favorites, but never actually watching a movie, and now all of a sudden we seem to be in a bedroom. Dawning, is this happening too fast?
No such thing.
I see. Eventually we settled on legislatively brunette. Legally blonde. With me setting it up on the TV and Selena happily running into the kitchen to grab us more movie snacks. Boy, they didn't eat an actual meal, did they? Just snacks.
Who needs meal?
You. Little goblins need to eat.
Why does it have to be a meal?
Because that tends to be healthier. Probably.
Nah.
Selena's
Just
TV...
have diamonds.
Well, I guess you can't say that diamonds aren't unhealthy.
Diamonds they're very healthy.
I don't think that eating one would be good for me, but go ahead.
Well, you don't have a goblin digestive system.
I do not. Selena's TV was set up across from her bed, and once I was done setting up the movie to watch, I nervously turned towards it. Well, it makes sense, right? If she's the only one living there, having the TV opposite your bed means you can be nice and comfy while watching movies. Just chill out, Luna. It's just a movie. Don't think about the fact that you'll practically be cuddled up with a cute girl on her bed. Too late, I was thinking about it, and my head was on fire again. Selena came trotting back into the room, a big bowl of popcorn in one hand and a couple of sodas in the other. Here we are, a special batch of sweet and salty popcorn, just for you, my dear. She proudly displayed her creation, a bowl full of chocolate chips, popcorn, with a salty, buttery drizzle to top it off. That actually sounds pretty good. It looked absolutely scrumptious, but not as scrumptious as she did, right?
Of course not.
Okay, good. I happily took the bowl from her hands as she walked past me to flop onto her bed. Well, come on, come get cozy. I'm so ready for this. It's been so long since I've watched this movie. I tried my best to swallow my nerves down my throat as I clumsily situated myself on the bed next to her. You know what? I feel her pain. I do. I felt some of my nerves slowly start to wash away as we watched the film together. My thoughts started to drift to all the events that had transpired today. It certainly had been eventful, but I was really glad I'd decided to come over. As the movie continued, I found myself sinking into a kind of peace I hadn't felt in a long time. Being here next to Selena's bright light and energy, hearing her melodic laughter, and feeling her warmth, I felt a sense of calm and belonging. I felt waves of that calm washing over me as I slowly drifted off into my dreams, free of any nightmares. Yes, Snowy, I'm still live. I think we're getting pretty
alive.
I think we're getting pretty close to the end of the chapter.
I think so.
Yes. I slowly opened my eyes, feeling the soft morning sunlight coming through the windows, warming my skin. Oh boy. I felt the heaviness of something wrapped around my shoulders. Oh good, it's Selena. Wait, something wrapped around my... Oh my gods! I looked down to find a dark, slender arm holding me close. Oh no! What did we do? Well, this is a
Don't
considerably...
worry. If you'd done anything in particular, you would have remembered it.
You don't know that. Somnambulism is a thing.
I know I've heard that word. I cannot place it.
Sleepwalking.
Oh, yeah. Selena wouldn't take advantage of her like that, though.
It depends. Sometimes the other person can't actually tell that you're asleep.
I suppose.
No, it's actually a thing.
I'm not the sleepwalker here. I'll trust your judgment.
You
and
don't
knowledge.
have to... Well, okay. Technically, I don't remember any of this, but apparently I looked awake. Apparently I had an entire, I mean, relatively short, but a conversation with my little sister while I was asleep. So...
You've also cooked while you were asleep.
Yes. Not that anyone was actually there to witness that, but I'm sure if they had been, they would have assumed that I was awake.
Why
don't know,
anyone
Smelly.
assume that?
I don't know why you assume I'm awake now. Anyway, I looked down to find a dark, slender arm holding me close. We had both fallen asleep in Selena's bed. In her bed! And now we were practically spooning. I see why you like this story better than you like the Lilia story.
What could possibly indicate that?
The fact that you had to sleep on Lilia's couch.
Yeah.
I felt a million thoughts racing through my mind as my cheeks heated. Strangely, though, I didn't feel any desire to move. I felt a grin spreading its way across my cheeks. This is actually kinda nice. Before I could think about my next course of action, I felt a soft stirring from behind me. Oh! And she's blushing. We turned to face each other. A faint rosy glow spread across Selena's cheeks as our eyes met. Well, hello there, sunshine. Seems like we both ended up knocking out sooner than we planned, hmm? She gave me a smile as warm as the sunshine, casting a glow on the both of us. I guess we did. Well, I, for one, slept like a baby. Probably the best sleep I've gotten all week. Probably because she had a very good teddy bear to cuddle. Or a Luna bear to cuddle. My bashfulness melted away. Selena was strangely good at making me feel a lot better about things. And it was the best sleep I'd gotten all week, too. Selena winked and pranced over to the doorway of the kitchen. Prance. So she's literally in a very upbeat mood. Well, if you're not in a hurry to leave just yet, are you hungry, sleepyhead? Oh, yeah, I guess some breakfast would be good. What would you say to making some pancakes with me? I think I've got some mix we can whip up. Or something else we can whip. No, wait, that's just Megara, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's more Megara's thing.
Well,
Not that I think Luna would be opposed.
I mean, I was going to say, technically, we don't know what either of their things is at this point, but yes, well. What was this, a rom-com movie? This kind of situation was so adorable, but I never thought it would happen to me in real life. That depends. What do you put in your pancakes? This is a make it or break it moment for us. She's rolling her eyes. Ooh, she's got some spunk first thing in the morning. She laughed teasingly and walked into the kitchen, pulling out ingredients and kitchen utensils. Once she had assembled most of the essentials, she rummaged in her fridge before pulling something out, proudly displaying it to me. Well, if you must know, I'm a die-hard girl for some chocolate chips and the blueberries in my pancakes. I hope that's cool with you. I sighed dramatically, tying on an apron that Selena handed me. You sure do like Frankensteining your own food and snack creations, huh? It helps to add just a little more excitement to my day. Don't knock it till you try it. I mean, blueberries in pancakes and chocolate chips in pancakes both taste good, so I don't see a reason why they wouldn't together.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I giggled as she handed me a bowl. Let's divide and conquer. You handle the dry ingredients, I'll handle the... I notice you don't say the wet ingredients. But, like, if there's dry ingredients, the others are the wet ingredients. But I feel like nobody wanted to include that particular word here, so I don't know why I keep saying it.
Katie said she wrote this to put it for the purpose of dirty jokes.
It's possible. I nodded eagerly. How long had it been since I'd had a morning like this? How long had it been since my biggest decisions for the day were as simple and fun as how many chocolate chips to add to the batter? I looked over at Selena, who was busy cracking eggs into her wet ingredient mixture. See, now she uses the word wet ingredient mixture and smiled. She caught my gaze, raising an eyebrow quizzically. Someone sure looks cheerful today. A penny for your thoughts. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking that you're a lot of fun to hang out with. And you're really good at setting my mind at ease about things. Oh, yeah? Well, I appreciate the compliment, but what's been on your mind lately? It does seem like something other than the concert has been bothering you. I tried to gather my scattered thoughts and memories from the recent past as I gently stirred the ingredients in my dry mixture. Well, you know, I haven't really had these cards for very long. Your amazing tarot deck of wonders, you mean? I giggled, dipping my finger into my dry mix and depositing it on the tip of Selena's nose. Oh, brilliant! She winked and stuck her tongue out, taking my completed mixture and slowly dumping it into her own bowl. Well, I've only had my amazing deck of wonders for a few weeks. Really? You seem like such a pro with them that I assumed you'd been using them for much longer than that. I definitely wouldn't call myself a pro or anything. Selena slowly and methodically mixed our ingredients together, gently nodding at me to continue. I actually didn't just get a deck of cards back then. I also kind of inherited a whole shop to go with them, and I still haven't figured out why. Selena stopped her stirring.
Something about a well-hung man.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him. Selena stopped her stirring, her mouth and eyes opening wide. Excuse me. You mean you just got a whole shop for free? Just like that? And you're not suspicious as all hell? Who are you, some kind of secret magical wizard heiress or something? My mind briefly flashed back to the well-hung man with the luscious hair and weird hobbies, shoving the cards in my hands and practically poofing out the door. He was certainly a poof, all right. If only I was just some heiress. If only it was that simple. No, not exactly. To be completely honest, I don't really know why I was given the shop, and most of the time I don't know why I even deserve it either. I feel really out of my depth most of the time. I almost feel like this is all just one big mistake. Or like one of those bad dreams when you're expected to perform for people, and you look down and you don't have any pants on. Well, it depends on who you're performing for. And what you're performing. Some performances...
I'm sure such a scenario would have no negative impacts if she were, say, performing for Selena.
And there are also some performances where pants are usually frowned upon.
That too.
Hey now, don't talk about yourself like that. I don't believe in any accidents in life. Except for the one where that lamp almost crushed me. It sounds like that shop...
And the other one at the other concert.
Yes.
And the other one.
Yeah, this is a little bit inconsistent, where at the beginning she was... I mean, okay, I think eventually she reveals that she doesn't actually think that there are coincidences or accidents. But, like, it does kind of fly in the face of what she was saying right at the beginning when we saw her, and she was basically saying, no, it's just, faulty equipment or electrical problems or, just an accident. But okay. It sounds like that shop found you right when you needed it. Huh. I hadn't really thought of that before. For these past few weeks, I saw how the shop pulled in lost souls to where they would find the answers they were looking for. Unfortunately, all they found was me, and I'm a bumbling incompetent and was unable to give most of them actual answers.
She tried.
I know she tries, but still. I had never considered that I might have been one of those souls myself. No, you were just brought in with cookies. I was snapped out of my thoughts by Selena gently putting a spatula into my hand. Would you care to do the honors? Oh, yes, sure. I carefully poured batter into the pan as Selena leaned against the counter next to me. A couple of moments silence passed between us before Selena spoke up. Can I say something that might sound a bit cheesy? Don't put cheese in your pancakes! Cheese away.
No, Luna, don't let her put cheese in your pancakes!
Yes. I think worrying about whether or not you deserve the opportunities that come your way isn't the right kind of thing to focus your energy on. My eyes widened and I turned to look at her as she continued, looking wistfully out the window. What does it matter if you deserve the opportunity or not, if it's already there for you to take and work hard to make your own? It's a fair point. Sometimes life deals you a bad hand, and sometimes you get lucky and get all the good cards, in this case an entire deck full of tarot cards. But no matter what deck you've been given, you can make it your own, a unique set of cards that are yours and yours alone. She tore her gaze away from the window and turned to meet mine, brushing a stray hair gently behind my ear. And I think it's beautiful to have a wealth of opportunities to do whatever you want with them. Were my eyes feeling a bit misty because of her words, or because the pancake I was cooking was overdue for a flip? That was really something, Selena. Well, hey, I do write music for a living. I giggled, flipping my pancake over in the pan. Maybe you're right.
Really? Because the people say you steal music for a living.
Well, what do they know? Maybe you're right. Maybe I could stand to get out of my own way and out of my own head a bit more. Also good thinking. That's the spirit. No, Sissel is the spirit. Or ghost, I suppose, but sure. Just then there was a small buzzing sound coming from behind us. Uh-oh. Oh, so that's where my phone was. Oh, I thought it was something else. Specifically something that had been labeled in a box labeled kitchen. She picked it up.
I thought we agreed it was miscellaneous.
It was one or the other.
Or does she have 2 boxes?
I don't know. She picked it up inside as she checked the message that had flashed on her screen. Well, that's just great. What happened? Selena looked up from the screen, giving me a quick, strained smile. Ugh. Ozzy just texted me to let me know that I'm going to have to cancel yet another gig. That makes all of my shows for the next 2 weeks completely canceled. What? Why are they all being canceled?
For safety?
It's possible. It seems like all this buzz on social media about the incident from last weekend has made a lot of people nervous. There have been a lot of people demanding refunds on their tickets. She shrugged her shoulders defeatedly, setting her phone back down on the counter. It's her parents. I'm telling you, it's her parents. We just wouldn't have enough seats filled at this point. That's so awful. I'm so sorry, Selena. It happens. I'm used to things like this happening these days, but man, I sure will be strapped for cash today. Again with the strap! I sure will be strapped for cash for the next few weeks. As I removed the first pancake from the pan onto a serving plate and put another portion of batter into the pan, an idea came to my mind. Wait a minute, if it's cash you need, I might have a fix for that. Okay. I'm curious, because you don't exactly have a lot of cash yourself.
You might also have a fix for that.
If it's what?
If it's straps she needs, Luna might also have a fix for that.
No, she's got the straps already, but whatever. Oh, what's that? Well, as nice as your encouragement makes me feel, I really do feel a bit overwhelmed running my shop all on my own. There's just so much magical inventory that I'm not really familiar with, and I find myself feeling spread a bit thin with doing more of the upkeep tasks along with taking care of my customers. Oh, so Luna's gonna have Selena working for her. I see. What if... I could already see the light bulb of inspiration shining over her head. No way, you want me to come work for you? So in the Lilia arc, Luna basically goes to work for Lilia. In the Selena/Nova arc, Selena goes to work for Luna. Interesting. No way, you want me to come work for you? I didn't think her eyes could get any sparklier. They were practically glittering now. Well, if it's not too much trouble for you, I could really use the help. Oh my gods. Is that a no? She rushed over and grabbed my shoulders. I could feel my cheeks getting red. Again. It's a huge yes! I could literally kiss you right now. And
then you
probably should, yes. Alright, now I was really red. Seemingly blissfully unaware of how flustered I was, Selena squeezed me into a tight embrace. You're a lifesaver, Luna. I'd be happy to work in your shop with you. I smiled as she continued squeezing the air out of my lungs. These next couple of weeks were going to be really exciting. Well, well. And that's it.
That's it?
That is the end of Arcana Apothecary, at least what's currently available.
It exists now.
Yeah. So it seems... So, again, both story arcs seem to be getting to a interesting point. I do still suspect that Nova's parents are being a Nova pain in her ass and are probably responsible for a lot of the problems that she has. But obviously, I'll have to wait until more of the story comes out. I am very, very, very engaged with the story. And I'd really like to see where this goes from here. But, as it stands, that's all there is. So this was a fun little experience, and it was definitively something outside of my wheelhouse, but definitely worthwhile. And again, it's something Midori worked on, so I was happy to stream it on this channel. And now I gotta go back to figuring out what the hell I'm gonna do on Mondays.
I think it was one of West of Loathing or Ace Attorney, was it not?
Well, yes, but Katie asked me a good question. Team Selena or Team Lilia? Both? Both is good.
Yeah, why not just both at once? I've solved the problem. They'd also be with each other in this scenario.
I mean, there are parts of both characters that I really, 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 really like. And I'm not just talking about Lilia's pink hair.
Well, that's part of it.
Yes, I suppose. But that's a good question. I really don't know. Because again, they both have really, really good aspects to them. I feel bad for both of them because they're both dealing with a lot of shit in their lives and trying to keep it together. Like, Lilia's a doctor that, she's basically the town healer. Everybody loves her, but the government is actively working to sabotage her. Nova is basically universally hated for something she didn't even do, but for some reason refuses to actually defend herself on. Aha! She said her parents can use their charm magic to coerce people into doing stuff.
That's why the girls she considers a friend spoke out against her.
Bingo! That's what I'm thinking.
And that's why she doesn't hold a grudge against that girl.
But then, if she knows that her parents did that, then she probably would have cut them out of her life completely, and theoretically they shouldn't. Theoretically,
and they just showed up at her house anyway.
But they couldn't if they didn't know where she lived.
She might not have moved since that happened.
Maybe. I feel like she didn't move out of her house until, or if she really had that kind of a tear in her relationship with her parents, she probably would have moved. I don't know. It's all speculation. But I really, 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 really like Lilia. I do. I like her tea. I like the fact that she's left-handed. I like the fact that she's, kind and competent and caring. I like... But Selena has all those puns. Plus all the innuendo, plus you literally get to sleep in the same bed as her. Dawning, I can guess which team you're on.
How could you?
would you care to confirm?
I lean towards no, but yeah, Selena.
I figured. I think I do lean slightly towards Lilia. Admittedly, some of it's the aesthetic. I don't dislike how Nova looks, but like the pink hair and the left-handedness. Like let's call their personalities roughly even. But you know, again, appearance-wise, I got a thing for redheads. I do. Like that is commonly known. I'm literally wearing a t-shirt with Riju on it right now. So I'm Team Lilia, but it's close. It really is.
We all know that Mido is Team Kai.
Well, and LG is Team Well-Hung Man.
Well, good. We have all the routes covered.
That we do. But no, I am looking forward to this continuing. Whenever, you know, again, obviously you can't rush production, you can't rush writing, but I'm sure Midori will let me know next time there's something worth noting from this game, and I'll stream it. In the meantime, though, let's see. Should probably start doing the outro, huh?
Caps is live. We could raid him afterwards.
Oh, wow. He's probably getting ready for the charity stream. Anyway, if you enjoyed this stream but only caught part of it, you can catch the entire thing over on my YouTube channel. I can't promise I'll have it available first thing tomorrow morning, but I will certainly try. If you are watching this on YouTube and would like to catch me on my Twitch channel, you can catch me there. That is my Twitch channel. I go live usually Monday and Wednesday evenings at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time.
Really? Because that says 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, Eastern Time.
Oh.
Read carefully, little goblin. It's because DN was the one who put that together for me. So I should, but I mean, most people are probably more familiar with New York time than Chicago time, so it's not a terrible thing that's there. Now, keep in mind two things, right? Number one, I may be late or might not stream this upcoming Wednesday, depending on how bad it is when I'm driving home. Like, if I don't get home until 8 o'clock, odds are I'm going to be frayed, you know, my nerves are going to be shot, and I'm not going to want to do anything. And, you know, again, we'll see, but, you know, again, so we'll play that by ear, but, you know, again, Wednesday nights are Tears of the Kingdom. As I said, Monday nights moving forward, I have to figure out what it is that I'm going to do. Options are go to Ace Attorney 3 or start playing West of Loathing. Lucky me, I have an extra week to figure that out, because you can also catch DawningWinds, myself, and CapsFan, who will be raiding in a bit, over on...
Oh, no, he just stopped.
Oh, never mind then. I figured, because it's an hour later for him, so he was probably just doing some kind of technical test or what have you.
No, I think he had been streaming for a while.
Yeah, when Archaic and I were testing stuff, it took over an hour.
Okay.
Anyway, you can find myself, DawningWinds, and the CapsFan, among others, on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel there. Normally, I would be streaming Sunday mornings at 8:30 a.m. U.S. Central Time with Alpha Sapphire. However, starting Friday at midnight Eastern Time, so 11 o'clock p.m. Thursday Central Time. Bulba Garden is starting its very first catch-a-thon as a charity event to benefit the American Cancer Society. We will be trying to have 24-hour stream coverage for that entire event. So, that'll be going from midnight on Friday the 14th to midnight U.S. Eastern Time, Friday the 14th, to 11:59 and 59 seconds p.m. on Monday the 17th. Or is it Monday the 18th?
Whichever day Monday is.
Monday the 17th. I was right. So it'll be going but that's going to be U.S. Pacific time. Right, so we're going from the absolute earliest U.S. time that it's the 14th until the absolute latest continental U.S. time, or contiguous 48 U.S. time, that it's the 17th. And again, we're raising money for the American Cancer Society. Even if you can't donate, please spread the word about the event, and again, please stop by on that channel and keep us company while we're streaming, because it gets kind of boring streaming if there's nobody hanging around in chat or voice chat. What else? Oh yeah, so that does mean that my usual my usual Sunday morning stream is, well, I will be streaming Sunday morning, but I think I'm also streaming Saturday night. And then I'm also streaming on the Bulba Garden channel next Monday evening instead of streaming on this channel. So like I said, I got an extra week to figure out what it is that I do or do not want to do on this channel on Monday nights moving forward. I may end up asking Little Goblins if they prefer Ace Attorney or if they prefer West of Loathing. We'll see. Regardless, though, you can also catch Caps Fan, who was not here this evening but was apparently live, over on his channel there, and a certain little goblin named DawningWinds has started streaming on her channel. She streams Hades Sunday evenings at 8 o'clock p.m. U.S. Central Time. I'm pretty sure that's all.
If you like watching death, it's a great game.
Yes, it certainly can be. So I do recommend, if you have not, please follow the Bulba Garden channel, please follow Caps, and please follow Little Goblin DawningWinds. They are all very good channels that I personally recommend. All that having been said, as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night.